environmental organizations, especially those whose actions have a terroristic nature.
Господин председатель, 2 года назад Greenpeace совершил акцию в Баренцевом море, когда сотрудники Greenpeace поднялись на нефтяную платформу.
Mr. Chairman, 2 years ago, Greenpeace organized an action during which the Greenpeace employees climbed the platform in Barents Sea.
Они подвергли опасности производства и жизнь людей.
They endangered the operation and the lives of people.
Судно Greenpeace и вся команда была немедленно арестована и доставлена в порт, где состоялся суд.
The entire Greenpeace team was put under arrest and delivered to port, where they were put under trial.
Но это было не так далеко от берегов Российской Федерации.
But the oil platform was not so far from the coastline of the Russian Federation.
Когда мы имеем дело с деятельностью Sea Shepherd, это другая ситуация.
And when we deal with Sea Shepherd, this is a completely different situation.
Господин председатель, уважаемые члены делегации, те из вас, которые не плавали не только на круизных туристических лайнерах, а плавали на небольших судах, понимают, что означает подобного типа нападения в открытом море, тем более в Антарктике.
Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the delegations, those of you who were in the sea, not only on cruise ships, but on small vessels, especially drifting in Antarctic waters, may know what it means and what kind of threat this can pose for the safety of the cruise.
Пиратское нападение в открытом море угрожает и судну, и людям, и, насколько я помню, там были даже проблемы со здоровьем у членов экипажа японского судна.
The pirate attacks in the open sea endanger both vessels and the crews. And as far as I know, one of the members of the Japanese crew has got some problems, health problems.
Sea Shepherd использует не только флаг государства, но они еще используют и пиратский флаг.
Sea Shepherd uses not only state flags, but also pirate flag.
Господин председатель, хотелось бы услышать позицию стран о ситуации современной, как они препятствуют деятельности Sea Shepherd. Я имею в виду шипфлаг и Homeport.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to hear the positions of the countries under flags of which Sea Shepherd operates, how they deal with this situation, how they deal with Sea Shepherd, and using their flags, and also to the home ports to which the Sea Shepherd vessels are registered.
Хотелось бы услышать позицию стран, в которых судно Sea Shepherd производит заправку топливом, водой, продуктами. Как эти страны способствуют тому, чтобы не допускать пиратской деятельности Sea Shepherd?
And we also would like to hear the position of countries where Sea Shepherd vessels refuel, where they purchase food and water, on how they deal with this situation, how they interact with Sea Shepherd vessels.
Sea Shepherd, господин Уотсон, были лишены права аккредитации на сессии, поэтому мы их, конечно, услышать не можем, но позицию этих государств хотелось бы услышать.
Sea Shepherd was deprived of the accreditation right. They don't participate in this meeting, but we would like to hear the position of those countries.
Они были лишены аккредитации.
The Sea Shepherd were deprived of the accreditation to this meeting.
Ну, еще раз, господин председатель, хотелось бы услышать позицию тех стран, где Sea Shepherd себя активно проявляет.
And we would like to hear the position of those countries where Sea Shepherd actively operates.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Please try to be as short as possible in your interventions and to the point. So now I have Norway, the Netherlands, India, New Zealand, Australia, Switzerland, the US and Denmark. That's the end of the list. So I give the floor now to Norway, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Japan for bringing this issue once again to our attention. This is, sadly enough, a reoccurring issue in this organization. Norway condemns any action that is a risk to human life and property in relation to activities of vessels at sea. We would like to express our firm support to the Japanese seamen and scientists, and we want to be clear about our support to the right to scientific research, including the right to scientific permits under Article 8 of our Convention. And we also would like, in closing, to give our support to the questions raised by Russia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norway. Now the Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Netherlands remains of the opinion that the issue safety at sea should not be discussed in the IWC. The appropriate forum for any discussion in the field of maritime safety is the International Maritime Organization, the IMO. In line with its position on the role of the IMO, the Netherlands, as a flag state, has always called upon the masters of all vessels to strictly observe international collision avoidance regulations as stipulated by the IMO. This has been made crystal clear in various joint statements with Australia, New Zealand, and the United States on whaling and safety at sea, the latest one in January this year. In this statement, we underlined that unlawful activities should be dealt with in accordance with relevant international and domestic laws. The Netherlands fully respects the right to protest peacefully, including on the high seas. This being said, we are deeply concerned about the incidents between ships of the Japanese whaling fleet and the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society during past whaling seasons. The Netherlands remains particularly concerned about the apparent escalation of violence in such incidents during the last couple of years. Recently, the Dutch government has on a number of occasions discussed these and related matters bilaterally with Japanese representatives, both in The Hague and Tokyo, with a view of better understanding each other's positions. We do hope to continue these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, the Netherlands. India, please.
Thank you, Chairman. India has been opposing violent protests at the sea by any organization, while recognizing the rights of an individual organization to express their protests in a peaceful manner within the ambit of law of the land and international rules and regulations. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, India. New Zealand next.
Thank you very much, Chair. New Zealand has responsibility for search and rescue coordination for a vast area of the Southern Ocean. We therefore have a very direct interest in the issues of safety at sea in the Southern Ocean. In our experience, the Southern Ocean can be a treacherous, remote, and unforgiving environment. Search and rescue capability is extremely limited. New Zealand condemns any actions at sea that may cause injury, loss of human life, or damage to property or the marine environment in the Southern Ocean. New Zealand has repeatedly called on the masters of all vessels operating in the Southern Ocean to exercise restraint and to ensure that safety at sea is the highest priority. Incidents during previous whaling seasons have clearly illustrated the dangers involved. New Zealand welcomed Japan's decision to not undertake Southern Ocean whaling in the 2014-15 southern summer. We've made very clear our disappointment at Japan's subsequent decision to resume whaling when lethal methods are unnecessary to achieve its stated research aims. Notwithstanding the absence of confrontations in the Southern Ocean in recent years, New Zealand reiterates its concerns here today about the potential for future such clashes. New Zealand respects the rights of individuals and groups to protest peacefully, including on the high seas. At the same time, we condemn dangerous or violent activities from all participants. We reiterate that any unlawful activity should be dealt with in accordance with relevant international and domestic laws. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. I have Australia, Switzerland, the US, and at the end Denmark on my list. Now Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Safety at sea is one of Australia's foremost priorities, and the Australian Government has repeatedly called for restraint, calm, and respect for the law in the Southern Ocean. While we continue to be of the view that the International Maritime Organisation is the most appropriate forum for discussion of safety at sea issues, we share the concern expressed by Japan and others about safety at sea. In January 2016, Australia again joined the Netherlands, New Zealand, and the United States in condemning any actions at sea that may cause injury, loss of human life, or damage to property or the marine environment during the 2015-16 Southern Ocean whaling season. The Southern Ocean can be a treacherous, remote, and unforgiving environment. Dangerous, reckless, or unlawful behaviour jeopardises not only the safety of whaling and protest vessels and their crew, but also anyone who comes to their assistance. While we also respect the right of peaceful protest, our position on safety at sea is clear. Nothing less than full compliance with international and domestic law is acceptable. Australia will continue to comply fully with its international law obligations. We also want to reiterate our deep disappointment at Japan's resumption of whaling in the Southern Ocean over the last austral summer, and we call on Japan not to return to the Southern Ocean to undertake so-called scientific whaling this summer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Switzerland recognizes the right to peaceful protest and the freedom of speech as a fundamental right. This is true in Switzerland, but alike at the high seas and in the Antarctica. However, Switzerland cannot tolerate forms of protests which end up in violent confrontations and endanger the lives of humans and property. Moreover, media coverage of such action should be balanced. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland. The US, please.
Thank you. The United States would like to associate itself with the comments made by the Netherlands, Australia, New Zealand, and others, as we also consider the safety of vessels and life at sea to be one of our highest priorities. We are deeply concerned that confrontations in the Southern Ocean could lead to injury or loss of life of whaling crews and protesters. As noted previously, since 2010, the United States has joined Australia, the Netherlands, and New Zealand in calling for responsible behavior in the Southern Ocean and urging all the masters of all vessels to observe international collision avoidance regulations. The United States respects the right to freedom of expression, including through peaceful protests on the high seas when protests are conducted lawfully and without violence. And we continue to condemn the dangerous, reckless, or unlawful behavior by all participants on either side, whether in the Southern Ocean or elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, US. And last now, Denmark, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Faroe Islands are a self-governing country within our kingdom, not part of the EU. They recognize the continued civil society interest in its small whale drive and the importance of freedom of speech and peaceful protest. However, they have no basis for dialogue with the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society, which has put life and property at risk through illegal activities in the Faroes, where utilization of small whales is a legal activity under regional cooperation. The Kingdom of Denmark reiterates the importance of ensuring implementation of Resolution 2011-2 on safety at sea. We welcome initiative by flag states to address this serious problem, as also expressed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Denmark, on behalf of the Faroe Islands. And with this, I would like to close the discussion. I think all the points raised will be noted. And with this, I would like to continue to the next agenda item. Okay, then we move on to agenda item 16, other conservation issues. We have a couple of sub-items under this agenda item, and I would like now to ask the chair of the Conservation Committee, Lorenzo, to introduce agenda item 16.1, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this is agenda item 7 in our IWC66/report 5. And before I start, I would like to thank the chair, Deb Callister, for hard work and taking over very successfully the work of the Standing Working Group on Conservation Management Plans. The work on CMPs is progressed by the Commission through the Conservation Committee Standing Working Group and through the Scientific Committee's work on whale stock. Yesterday, the chair of the Scientific Committee provided an update with many of the stocks I'm going to mention today, and you can read those on Report 01 from 2015, Report 01 from 2016, or the summary on paper 17 from the plenary. Before I start, I would like to mention that we had very interesting news this year. The head of science of IWC Secretariat introduced paper IWC66/CC29, which provided information from the US Navy. This document provided exciting new information on the occurrence of the determined by acoustic detections of gray whales in offshore or shallow waters in the East China Sea in autumn and winter. The first such confirmation in recent times of multiple animals together south of the Sokolina area, feeding area. This important information will be considered in the workshop proposed in IWC66/CC34 to finalize the CMP. Regarding the update from range states, the US noted that the workshop in that paper I just referred, CC34, to finalize the draft CMP is planned for April 2017, and the CMP will be presented to the Commission at its meeting in 2018. The US highlighted ongoing collaborative efforts on photo ID by range state researchers documented migratory movements of whales within the Western North Pacific between Russia and China and Japan. Regarding our conclusions and recommendations, the CC thanked the Scientific Committee and the range states for their update information and endorsed the Scientific Committee report recommendations. The CC also endorsed the relevant recommendations from the report of the Standing Working Group on CMPs, and that's report C06 from the Conservation Committee. It noted the proposal for a stakeholder workshop on the Conservation Management Plan for Western North Pacific gray whales, developed by several range states and in coordination with the IUCN. Again, this is document CC34. The committee agreed that the CMP Standing Working Group should consider the request for funding for final endorsement by the chair of the Conservation Management Plan Standing Working Group and the Conservation Committee. Should I stop here in case anybody wants to intervene, Chair, or should I continue with the next item?
I think you can continue with the next item.
So our next item is Southwest Atlantic Southern right whales, the CMP. We had the update from the range states. Argentina presented an update on intersessional work relating to the IWC Conservation Management Plan for the Southern right whale Southwest Atlantic population. We had a 2014 workshop that considered new theories on the die-off, and these were considered by the Scientific Committee in 2015, where it was also decided to fund a research project on the mortality of the species in Peninsula Valdez with 13,000 pounds. Argentina noted that the workshop was held in September 2016 in Puerto Madryn. supported by contribution of CMP Voluntary Fund. The workshop reviewed actions to date and identified next steps. This report is CC 12 from this year's Conservation Committee meeting. In that paper, there are summarized actions taken, such as conducting satellite telemetry, photo ID, training of non-lethal techniques, and data collection. The proponents also noted that the coordination of the CMP will be passed to Brazil. So the committee thanked Miguel Iñiguez for his very hard work as a coordinator and thanked Brazil for taking on the role. Regarding conclusions and recommendations of the committee, the Conservation Committee thanked the Scientific Committee and the range states for this updated information and endorsed the Scientific Committee report and recommendations. The committee also endorsed the relevant sections of the report of the Standing Working Group on CMPs, and that's Report 06. Next agenda item 16.3, Eastern South Pacific Southern Right Whales, CMP. We had an update for the range states. In Chile and Peru introduced document CC28 containing a draft implementation strategy for 2016 to 2018 for the Eastern South Pacific Southern Right Whale Conservation Management Plan, noting that the revised CMP prepared in 2016, now including Peru, which is good news as a range state, could be found in document of the Scientific Committee 66B/BRG24. Regarding the conclusions and recommendations, the committee endorsed the relevant recommendations from the Scientific Committee report, mainly that the Commission endorsed the revised conservation management plan for the Southeast Pacific Southern Right Whale, which welcomed Peru as a range state, again, BRG23. It noted that the draft Eastern South Pacific Southern Right Whale Conservation Management Plan implemented strategies 2016 to 2018, prepared by Chile and Peru, in Appendix 1 of our report, and that funds are being requested from the Voluntary Conservation Management Plans Fund for this strategy, and agreed that the CMP Standing Working Group should consider the request for funding and for final endorsement by the chairs of the Conservation Management Plan Standing Working Group and the chair of the Conservation Committee. Regarding item 16.4. Yep.
Thank you. I think at this time I would like to open the floor, but before I do so, related to the Western Pacific Gray Whale, I would like to announce and congratulate Korea, as Korea became the latest signatory on this conservation management plan this week on Tuesday. So congratulations and thank you very much for joining in. And now I would like to open the discussion for the first three items, 1, 2, and 3, before then we move on. So please, the floor is open. I see Brazil and then the US. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the point 16.1.2, Southwest Atlantic Southern Right Whale, Brazil would like to thank the government of Argentina for all of its hard work as coordinator of the conservation management plan regarding the southern white whale. Brazil, Uruguay, and Argentina have been in conjunction with this initiative since 2012, so we really appreciate Argentina's hard work. We are entering now as coordinators, and we hope to continue with these efforts. It is an endangered species, and we think that this plan represents an example of how regional synergy and cooperation can act as catalysts for conservation and in helping to mitigate threats faced by population of large whales. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Now the US, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to begin by thanking Australia for chairing the Conservation Management Plan Working Group and leading these efforts. And then I also wanted to congratulate both South Korea and Mexico, who both signed the MOC on northern right whales. I'm sorry, gray whales, and thank them for joining us in our efforts to address the conservation of these whales. Thank you.
Thank you, US. I have Argentina, Mexico, and then the Russian Federation. So Argentina now.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos agradecerle a Australia por coordinar el grupo de trabajo en CMP y por todo el esfuerzo que han puesto. Realmente es un placer trabajar con ellos en este grupo. Con respecto al CMP de ballenas francas australes del Atlántico Sudoccidental, ya tiene 4 años. Este año hemos hecho una revisión completa del CMP con algunas actualizaciones del mismo. Y ustedes, como dijo Lorenzo, tienen el resumen del taller que llevamos adelante en septiembre en Puerto Madryn, en el documento CS12. Y finalmente deseo agradecer a los países que forman parte de este CMP. Vamos a seguir trabajando en colaboración con ellos. Agradezco a Brasil el haber tomado el liderazgo en esta otra etapa del CMP. Y finalmente quiero agradecer tanto al Comité de Conservación, al Comité Científico y absolutamente a todos los grupos de investigación, organizaciones civiles y también gobiernos, tanto nacionales como provinciales, que colaboraron arduamente para que el CMP de ballenas francas pudiera avanzar como lo ha hecho en estos años. Así que muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. I have Mexico, the Russian Federation, and then Japan on the list, and I would like then to stop the discussion. So next, Mexico, then Russian Federation, Japan. Mexico, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Como señaló mi colega de Estados Unidos, México también firmó el memorándum de cooperación sobre ballena gris, aunque tuve que perseguir mi loncha hasta el salón donde firmamos, que me lo llevó amablemente el jefe de ciencias de la Comisión Ballenera, al que le quiero agradecer que llevara mi lunch y que dirigiera esta parte de la firma del memorándum de entendimiento. También deseo agradecer a la Unión Internacional para la Conservación de la Naturaleza por su gran trabajo, a Corea, que firmamos juntos ayer, hay una foto ahí memorable, y desde luego a México, a Rusia y Estados Unidos, por su apoyo, y esperemos contar con otros estados rango próximamente. Gracias.
Thank you, Mexico. My excuse is not for mentioning that Mexico joined in as well, but congratulations to Mexico as well. It's important that you are joining in. So thank you very much, Mexico. Now I have the Russian Federation.
Спасибо, господин председатель.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Господин председатель, когда создавался комитет, Conservation Committee, мы голосовали против создания этого комитета, поскольку многие функции выходят за компетенцию конвенции.
When the Conservation Committee was created, we voted against the creation of Conservation Committee because many of its functions are outside of the convention.
Наша позиция не изменилась.
Our position didn't change.
Но иногда очень полезные вопросы рассматриваются на этом комитете.
But sometimes this committee discusses very useful issues.
Один из них, пример, это conservation plan по серому киту.
And one of the examples is the conservation plan on gray whales.
Мы благодарим Австралию за руководство такими планами.
So we would like to thank Australia for taking leadership in developing these plans.
Мы благодарны секретариату за оказание содействия в плане управления серым китом.
And we also would like to thank Secretariat for assisting in developing these management plans.
И поздравляем Республику Корея и Мексику за присоединение к меморандуму о кооперации.
And we would like to congratulate South Korea and Mexico for joining this memorandum of understanding.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Now, next and last, Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As one of the original member of a memorandum of cooperation for the conservation of Pacific Western Gray Whale, we'd like to express gratitude for the new members this time. which is Republic of Korea and Mexico. And Japan is committed to the protection of this highly depleted species. And we have been taking a series of domestic measures and training and information dissemination project back in Japan, as we have been reporting to the scientific committee meeting. And we like to express that we will continue to do this so that in order to protect this Pacific gray whale. And also we like to state that Japan this time will be providing the international coordinator for the Memorandum of Cooperation on Western Gray, which is Professor Hidehiro Kato from Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, who is well known in the scientific community with his knowledge and dedication about this issue. And he's also have been a part of active member of IUCN activities. So we are very grateful that the memorandum of the cooperation is now augmented by additional members and have now a specific plan as well as an international coordinator so that we can make or initiate actual project for our common purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan, and that's wonderful news and felicitation also. I think it's always important to have a person with such a great knowledge to chair and take responsibility. So thank you. And now I would like to move on 16.1.4, additional CMP proposals. So please, Lorenzo.
Gracias, señor presidente. Antes de hacer mi intervención como presidente del Comité de Conservación, una disculpa a Japón que no los mencioné en mi agradecimiento anterior, que han puesto mucho interés y esfuerzos en este CMP de ballena gris, y lo mismo mi agradecimiento al secretariado. Okay, going back to the Conservation Committee, update on additional CMP proposals. The Scientific Committee report had endorsed and progress report on the development of a CMP for the Franciscana and reiterated the importance of establishing a CMP. Argentina introduced paper IWC66/CC11 containing a proposed conservation management plan for the Franciscana, prepared by Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. And those details can be found in Scientific Committee /66B/SM05. A further workshop was held in Puerto Madryn, Argentina, from the 12th to the 13th of September this year. The draft CMP focuses on the following priority actions, and being the first this type of CMP, I'm going to read them, Chair. Number 1, monitoring abundance, trends, and bycatch. 2, mitigating bycatch. 3, developing and implementing protected areas. 4, encouraging the adoption and implementation of a national action plan to reduce the interactions of marine mammals with fisheries in Argentina. 5, developing a strategy to increase public awareness of the Franciscana. And finally, including the Franciscana in bilateral and multilateral discussions. Instituto de Conservación de Ballenas commended Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay for their joint efforts in preparing the CMP, the first for a small cetacean, and urged the CMP be both nominated and endorsed at the present meeting. Other countries joined that. Congratulations to the proponents. In conclusions and recommendations of the committee, we endorse the relevant recommendations from the Scientific Committee and the CMP Standing Working Group, and recommends that the Commission nominate and endorse the Conservation Management Plan from Franciscana. Again, that's document CC11 from this year's meeting. Regarding 7.4.2, progress with Arabian sea humpback whales, the Scientific Committee in particular stressed the value of our regional CMP and encouraged range states to explore this possibility. The chair of the Standing Working Group on Conservation Management Plans provided an update on the Arabian sea humpback whales as contained in document CC Rep 06, noting that yet no CMP has been developed. The Conservation Committee recommended dialogue between the Government of Oman and other IWC member governments to discuss the potential of a CMP for Arabian humpback whales. Regarding development of threat-based CMPs, the Scientific Committee discussion on threat-based CMPs are summarized under items 7.1.7 and 15.5.t in the Scientific Committee in IWC66 Report 01, noting that further considerations are required. In terms of conclusions and recommendations of our committee, we endorse the relevant recommendations of the SWGCMP in Report 06 that the midterm review include work to develop guidelines and principles for threat-based CMPs to be presented to the 2017 planning meeting of the Conservation Committee for consideration. Further consideration of marine debris in CMPs will be informed by discussions on bycatch and entanglement activities, as well as the proposed midterm review and proposed guidelines and principles, and that the Scientific Committee be requested to continue to provide further information on bycatch, including advice on the region. Finally, on other CMP proposals, the chair of the Standing Working Group on CMPs referred to the candidate CMPs identified in the Scientific Committee Report 01. She encouraged range states to develop CMPs and noted that the Standing Working Group was ready to provide advice and guidance. Regarding item 16.5 in your agenda, Chair, we have had an excellent progress in the Conservation Committee on the CMPs, and I'd like to hand over to the Chair of the Conservation Committee, to hand it over to the Chair of the Standing Group of Conservation Management Plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. And of course, I'm really happy to hand over the microphone to Deb Callister, who chaired the Standing Working Group. So please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd also like to thank the Chair of the Conservation Committee for running us through this agenda item. And also I'd like to thank the previous speakers. And we very much welcome the announcements of the new range state members to conservation management plans that we've heard here this morning. And we very much thank and welcome the growing list of member countries to conservation management plans for their contributions. I'd also like to acknowledge, of course, the hard work of all the coordinators of these plans and would like to welcome the new coordinators from Brazil and Japan. The full report of the Standing Working Group on Conservation Management Plans, as the Chair of the Conservation Committee mentioned, is available at document IWC66 CC Rep 6, and the full report is summarised in IWC66 Rep 5 in section 7, which starts on page 12. All of the recommendations that were outlined in the CMP Standing Working Group report were endorsed by the Conservation Committee. As you've already had reports on much of this work, I'm not proposing to repeat it all again, but I would like to say that it's very pleasing to see this work continuing to progress, including the endorsement of the new and revised plans that we've had mentioned today. And we very much welcome, of course, the first conservation management plan for a small cetacean, the Franciscana. I did want to mention, though, Mr. Chair, that the Standing Working Group has decided, and this has been endorsed by the Conservation Committee, to undertake a mid-term review of our work plan during the next intersessional period. This mid-term review will allow us to consider how we're progressing with the implementation of this work plan. It will allow us to readjust our priorities if we think we need to, and also to add any additional priorities that may have emerged in recent years. This midterm review process will also include the development of guidelines and principles for developing threat-based CMPs that was referred to earlier by the Chair of the Conservation Committee. Our progress report has also demonstrated, as has been referred to earlier on as well, the importance of the ongoing cooperation with the scientific committee, who have continued to provide some very, very useful and helpful information that guides us in our work on conservation management plans, and we very much welcome this, and we very much look forward to this continuing. In closing, Mr. Chair, I would like to remind members that there is a voluntary fund to support conservation management plans, and as the chair of the relevant working group, I certainly would encourage further voluntary contributions to support this very useful work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deb. And now I would like to open the floor. I see Argentina and Brazil, and I remind you just to be brief in your interventions if possible. So Argentina first and then Brazil.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Seré breve. Quiero referirme al CMP de Franciscana propuesto por Argentina, Brasil y Uruguay. Los detalles, por supuesto, están en el documento CS11 que presentáramos el otro día. Y este documento fue elaborado a través de un taller que se realizó en São Francisco do Sul, reconociendo que la franciscana es la especie de pequeño cetáceo más amenazada del Atlántico sudoccidental. Entonces, en este sentido, lo que los tres países pretenden es coordinar acciones para llevar adelante las siete acciones identificadas como prioritarias y, una vez más, trabajando en forma conjunta con investigadores, gobiernos y representantes de las organizaciones civiles. Esperamos en un futuro cercano presentar los avances que vayamos realizando como parte de este CMP. Finalmente, quiero agradecer una vez más, por supuesto, a Australia por coordinar los CMPs, a México por la coordinación del Comité de Conservación y también por el trabajo realizado por el Comité Científico en esta especie, y agradecer al Fondo Voluntario en CMPs, al Gobierno de la provincia de Chubut y al Gobierno de Argentina por los fondos aportados para realizar el taller de Puerto Madryn donde se desarrolló este documento. Gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil would also like to thank Australia and Mexico for their great part that they played in this CMP issue, and the chair of the Conservation Committee. And regarding the Franciscana, we echo the words of the Argentinian delegation, and Brazil is very much involved in this plan. We hope to achieve a better understanding of the Franciscana ecology, as well as to improve threat mitigation measures, especially by bycatch and gill nets. And the activities of the CMP cover the complete longitudinal distribution of the species and are crucial to ensure the implementation of efforts towards recovering of these populations impacted by fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. With this, I close this agenda item, but first I would also congratulate and thanks to Australia, Mexico, specifically Lorenzo and Deb for their hard work, and of course all other members because we have here some results related to some of the most threatened species, which is important to have progress in the future. So thank you once more for the excellent work. And with this, I'm not yet breaking the session. We have still some agenda item, and I would like to move a little bit further before we break for lunch. So the next agenda item is 16.2, whale watching. And may I ask in this regard, once more, Lorenzo, to report. Thank you.
Yeah, gladly, Chair. This is item 6 in our report 05 on whale watching. Before I start, I'd like to thank our brave chair of the standing working group, Ryan Wolf, for very hard work and guiding us wisely for several years now. So the report of the Conservation Committee Standing Working Group on Whale Watching, this is item 6.2.1 in our report. And I'd like to start with the 2016 Indian Ocean Region Capacity Building Workshop. Australia introduced report of this year's Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, Sustainable Whale and Dolphin Watching Tours Workshop. You can find details of those in IWC/CC/03. We thank the workshop partners, which were IWC Secretariat, IORA Secretariat, Sri Lanka Institute of Policy Studies, and Murdoch University Cetacean Research Unit for their work in delivering the workshop. The committee endorsed the recommendations made in the IWCC 03 as follows. The IWC could support IORA network and continue to implement Objective 3 of IWC Strategic Plan for Whale Watching by sharing information, best practice, experience, and expertise with IORA member states, including through the development of a whale watching handbook, including with case studies relevant to the IORA region, providing capacity building and training for IORA and its member states as appropriate, providing guidelines on best practice and other IWC resources to the IORA Secretariat for circulating among IORA member states, seeking to engage with IORA Secretariat and IORA network through scientific and technical cooperation, and for appropriate seeking funding to support sustainable whale watching in IORA region. And I read this fully, Chair, because that's part of a very important task of the strategic plan. Next item is 6.2.2, progress with the online whale watching handbook. The chair of the standing working group introduced a report of the working group on whale watching. That's again report 03. He noted that the 5-year strategic plan on whale watching ends in 2016, but that the working group recommends it continues as the overarching strategy as there are still actions to complete. The chair of the standing working group presented the beta version of the online whale watching handbook. This has been developed through intersessional work, including 2 meetings in 2015 and in 2016. The standing working group chair gave a demonstration of the website, in particular the sections on responsible management. And we are hoping that the handbook could be completed by 2018. The Secretariat of the Convention of Migratory Species highlighted its interest in the work of whale watching being undertaken by IWC. CMS adopted Resolution 11.21 on sustainable boat-based marine wildlife watching, and the CMS Secretariat proposed that the CMS join the Standing Working Group on Whale Watching with the aim of producing a joint product that serves the needs for both IWC and CMS contracting governments. The chair of the Scientific Committee highlighted the request from the Scientific Committee for guidelines from the Conservation Committee on several Scientific Committee agenda items, noted in table 22 of the IWC report 01 from this year, that could be dealt with by the Conservation Committee Standing Working Group on Whale Watching. Our committee agreed that a small group, including the chair and vice chair of the Conservation Committee, the chair of the Scientific Committee, and the chair of the Whale Watching Standing Working Group, and the head of science, led by the chair, will address this question. The Conservation Committee recommended that the CMS joins the working group that has been tasked to develop the whale watching handbook. The Conservation Committee endorsed the recommendation made by the Standing Working Group on Whale Watching as outlined in IWC66 CC Report 03, item 6.2.2, page 12 of our report, and you can read those in there. But before I finish, Chair, I would like to make a call to all the members to please help with the voluntary contributions to move forward with our handbook. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I open the floor. I have India. India, please.
Thank you, Chairman. India has been supporting whale watching and ecotourism. India has been of the view that it should be safe for both the whales and the whale watchers. All safeguards for environmental protection should be taken. Whale watching protocol should be followed while specifically addressing the impact of whale watching on the target species, time and space. While watching can generate alternate sustainable livelihoods for Aboriginal communities engaged in whaling operations, India supports the efforts towards building sustainable whale watching industries. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. India, Australia, and then Monaco. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just thought I would take this opportunity to provide a brief update in relation to the Indian Ocean Rim Association Sustainable Whale and Dolphin Watching Tourism Network that was mentioned by the Conservation Committee Chair. This week, at the same time as we are meeting, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, or IORA, Council of Ministers is also currently meeting in Bali. Unfortunately, we don't have the final outcomes yet of their considerations of this issue, but we're very hopeful that this will result in them agreeing to establish this network and also requesting IORA member states to provide a focal point for the network. And Australia, as a member of both IORA and the IWC, we very much welcome this. We think it will not only assist with information sharing on best practice whale watching in the Indian Ocean Rim region, but it's also another excellent example of positive engagement between the IWC and other multilateral bodies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. I have Monaco, New Zealand, Belgium, and IGO, Mexico on the list, and then I will draw a line. As the US chaired the Whale Watching Working Group, I will allow to be added to the list if so wished. Otherwise, I would then end. So Monaco, New Zealand, Belgium, the IGO, Mexico, and the US. So first, Monaco, please.
Yes, Chair. Just to say briefly that Monaco, of course, signals enormous returns to be expected from the non-lethal, of course, use of whales in the form of the whale watching industry in many developing countries, islands and coastal states. This is very important, and we already had a chance in the Conservation Committee to salute the great work undertaken to produce this online whale watching handbook that will enhance visibility of this commission in all those circles and prove very effective, we are sure, and very useful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Monaco. Now, New Zealand.
Thank you very much, Chair. We would just like to take this opportunity to join with others in congratulating the Standing Working Group on the excellent work being delivered under the Strategic Plan for Whale Watching under the guidance of the Chair of the Conservation Committee. In particular, we support the continued development of the Whale Watching Handbook, which we think will be an extremely valuable resource going forward. We are a country that greatly benefits from a whale watching industry, generating over $80 million US annually. We support whale watching as a non-lethal and sustainable use of whale resources. We've been pleased to be working within the Pacific to share our experience in the management and support of whale watching. And we're happy to provide support to other countries on the development of their whale watching operations. We think there are huge benefits that can be reaped from responsible and sustainable whale watching, and we congratulate the working group on their efforts to support this industry. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of whale watching has been on the agenda of both the Scientific and the Conservation Committee since quite some time. Scientific research on the effects of whale watching on cetaceans has increased over the years. And while whale watching today provides incomes and economic benefits for many coastal communities all over the world, there is also a downside to many humans wanting to watch dolphins and whales, with a range of well-documented effects on the cetaceans. Hence, to be sustainable in the long term, whale watching has to be managed wisely. As an example, it was reported to the Scientific Committee this year that IWC recommendations from previous year have influenced the vigilance of managers towards the critical situation in Bocas del Toro, Panama, where dolphins are under increasing pressure from little regulated whale-watching tourism. This tells us that the messages coming out of the scientific committee and this organization are being heard and acted upon. Increasingly, the scientific and the committee and the conservation committee sit together over different issues and give guidance to each other, with whale watching being one of the primary focuses. This is actually a very good example of the two committees creating synergies with the aim of bringing up solutions for the development of sustainable whale watching operations. The whale watching online handbook takes all this to a new level. With this new tool, the IWC will give advice and guidance on all important aspects of whale watching, from scientific research, data collection, codes of conduct to management, to name just a few. The IWC has proven that we are able to deal with complex issues in a comprehensive way and finally come up with science-based knowledge that can be spread and be used in capacity-building efforts. This can be called another IWC success story for cetacean conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Mexico next.
Gracias, Chair. Ahora, como México, le quiero agradecer a Ryan su gran trabajo. Bélgica ha cubierto casi la mayoría de los puntos que iba a mencionar. No más resaltar que lo que señaló también mi colega de Bélgica, que cada vez entendemos mejor cuál es el impacto de la actividad de whale watching en poblaciones de cetáceos. Por ejemplo, ahora estamos entendiendo y teniendo claro que hay lugares donde no debe llevarse a cabo esta actividad. Y tenemos datos científicos de cerca de 20 años para poder asegurar esto. He aquí donde está la relevancia del Comité Científico y del Comité de Conservación en lograr que esta actividad tenga el impacto mínimo y sea sustentable. Gracias.
Thank you, Mexico. Before I give the floor to the IGO, the US, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the delegates for their kind words and their support for our work. I just want to acknowledge and thank the other working group members for all their hard work over the last 2 years and give a gentle reminder that resources will be needed in order to complete our work on the handbook as outlined in the budget we prepared in IWC66/CC/Rep3. So we welcome all contributions to the Voluntary Conservation Fund that can help us as we move forward in our future work plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, US. Now the IGO, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm taking the floor on behalf of the Secretariat of the Convention on Migratory Species. As just mentioned by the Chair of the Conservation Committee, the development of the Whale Watching Handbook offers an excellent opportunity for collaboration between the CMS and the IWC. We are pleased about the positive responses we have received from delegations and are looking forward to the IWC and the CMS moving forward together on this issue. In addition to CMS joining the working group, the CMS Secretariat is pleased to be able to offer support with the costs related to the project by providing the translations of the handbook into French and Spanish. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much also for thank you very much. And I close now the discussion as indicated earlier. Well, before we break for lunch, I had the great pleasure to attend the meeting in Colombo, Sri Lanka myself. And I think it was a really interesting and important workshop. So in this regard, I would like to thank on one side Australia for all the efforts they did or made to realize this workshop. Of course, the government from Sri Lanka to invite us. And at the end, I would also like once more Ryan for his excellent work. So, and with this, I would now close for lunch. We will be back at 2 p.m. We will hear first the rest under agenda item 16. And straight after, then we will work on the resolutions. So be prepared. And now, enjoy your bit more than an hour of freedom and to come back at 2 p.m. Thank you. welcome back to the meeting. I give you just 1 minute more to take your seats so that we can go into business. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. We didn't yet finish agenda item 16, so we will do this first this afternoon. And as indicated earlier, we move on then to agenda item 6. We have 7 resolutions, and my intention is to close all these agenda items today. We have then still open 7.1 and 12, where I will ask to have some feedbacks of the discussions held during the last hours or days. And if possible, we would like, or I would like, that we could then even go further and starting on agenda item 17. To be realistically, I don't think that we can go any further than 17 today, but to all orders, just in case 18, I don't think we will go to this point, but still be prepared. And now, not to waste more time from my side, I would like to move on to 16.3, National Reports on Cetacean Conservation. I would like to hand over the microphone to Lorenzo to report from the CC. Lorenzo, please.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Basically, we discussed the idea of trying to adapt the reports to the new and align them to the new strategic plan. And we have a working group that is going to be working on that together with the Vice Chair and myself and Australia. And that I think will be important. So these progress reports are useful to also be able to assess the progress we do at the Conservation Committee. And I also made a call to all the countries that participate to provide and help delivering their reports to the Conservation Committee, because we had very few this year. And I think that, thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. The floor is open. I can can't see any, so I would just highlight what Lorenzo said. It would be wonderful if more countries could submit some reports and how valuable they are to the work. So thank you. And then we move on to the next agenda item, 16.4, the regional partnerships. We have two sub-points, so I would like now first Katerina, Chair of the Scientific Committee, to report regarding 16.4.1, the Southern Ocean Research Partnership. Please, Katerina. Yeah, don't hurry. We have a few more seconds, so are you ready? Yeah, thank you. You're ready, so please.
Chair. It's a very brief report. You all know that the other international program, research program that we have is the Southern Ocean Research Partnership. It was proposed to the IWC in 2008 with the aim of developing a multilateral, non-lethal scientific research program that would improve the coordinated and cooperative delivery of science to the IWC. Currently, there are 12 contracting governments which are participating with the new edition of Belgium. The SORP project is more formally part of the scientific committee projects in 2014. It has originally 5 separate lines of research. One is the Antarctic whale project. There is a project on distribution, relative abundance, migration patterns, and foraging ecology of 3 ecotypes of killer whales in the Southern Ocean. There is a project on foraging ecology and predator-prey interactions between baleen whales and krill, a project on distribution and extent of mixing of Southern Hemisphere humpback whales population around Antarctica, and finally a project on acoustic trends in abundance, distribution and seasonal presence of blue whales and fin whales in the Southern Ocean. What I can add, I can say that there are 10 more projects which has been recommended by the SORP steering group under the interim procedure that was approved, endorsed by the scientific committee for funding. And you find all information about these projects in a document which has been submitted to the FNA committee. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Katerina. The floor is open for any comments. I see Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly to thank Katerina for her report and to reference to an announcement the Minister made at the start of this plenary, was that Australia will be providing a further $1.5 million to support the IWC Southern Research Partnership. We're grateful to the other parties who have contributed to the research partnership, as well as to the NGOs, the International Fund for Animal Welfare and the Worldwide Fund for Nature, who have both also made financial contributions. And finally, Chair, we'd just like to add our welcome to Belgium to the research partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would also like to thank the Chair of the Scientific Committee for her report. The IWC SORP is an excellent integrated collaborative consortium for non-lethal research on cetaceans. It's a very good example of effectiveness in terms of scientific output, as mentioned by Australia. The IWC SORP partners have produced many peer-reviewed papers and publications. Belgium is delighted to be able to join the IWC Southern Ocean Research Partnership, and we want to give a strong signal on our engagement with for the protection of cetaceans, large or small, and ecosystems with our membership. We are very happy we will be able to contribute to the research, as ecosystem conservation and biodiversity are very high on Belgium's agenda. Belgian scientists have been running different scientific programs in various places around the world, especially in the North Sea and as well as in and around Antarctica. We consider scientific research essential to understand our oceans and its inhabitants. We believe this understanding in turn is crucial for an effective protection and conservation of the marine ecosystems and biodiversity, of which cetaceans, our ocean sentinel species, form an essential part. We are therefore very much looking forward to fruitful cooperation and collaboration with all partners of this wonderful initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium, and congratulations to become member of the SORP partnership. I have Mexico and Brazil, and then I will draw on. So, last two, Mexico and Brazil. Mexico, please, first.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos agradecer a Australia y a todos los países que participan en el SORP. Ahora que estuvimos revisando hicimos la revisión del santuario de ballenas austral, salió tanto en el comité científico como en el comité de conservación la importancia de entender cómo se recuperan las poblaciones desde que se suspendió la caza comercial. También discutimos cómo afectaba el hielo, cómo asuntos ambientales podían influenciar los movimientos de ballenas en el océano austral y la respuesta del y de otros procesos de gran escala en esta región y en las poblaciones de ballenas. Entonces el SORP ha pasado a ser un elemento fundamental para que podamos hacer evaluaciones de los santuarios, en particular del santuario austral. Gracias.
Thank you, Mexico and Brazil.
Thank you, Chair, and with our welcome to Belgium, the group. Chair, we'd like to mention that Brazil has been an active participant in the Southern Ocean Research Partnership since its inception in 2009, and we have developed programs in order to further SORP's objectives. We continue to be a staunch supporter of SORP and the efforts led by Australia and other partner countries in the development of lethal cetacean research. Among them, the work done by, in the case of Brazil, the Institute of Oceanography of the University of Rio Grande do Sul. That's in the south, very close to Uruguay, the southernmost state of Brazil. And this work concerns Brazilian polar and Antarctic program for scientific purposes, as well as gathering activities of research information on humpback, southern rhino, and killer whales in the southern Brazilian coast. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mexico. That closes 16.4.1. Now we have the last agenda item under 16, that's 16.4.2. On the volunteer fund. May I invite the Secretariat to inform, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Chair of the Scientific Committee has outlined the purpose of the Southern Ocean Research Partnership Fund, and it is now my pleasure to update you as to the status of it. The opening balance of the 2016 financial year was £19,259. Since then, the following contributions have been made. As we've just heard, $1.5 million Australian dollars were kindly contributed by the Government of Australia to support non-lethal research. The International Fund for Animal Welfare has contributed $10,000 US for the SORP Fund's priority research, in particular to the Antarctic Circumnavigation Expedition, or ACE voyage. WWF Australia has kindly pledged a contribution of 25,000 Australian dollars for the IWC project, Foraging Ecology and Predator-Prey Interactions between baleen whale and krill. This brings the estimated balance on this fund to just over £820,000. The Scientific Committee is responsible for the management and disbursement of these funds. Currently reviewing proposals and will report to this meeting in due course. Further contributions to this fund are warmly welcomed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Katie, and thanks to all who contributed with some additional fund. So thank honors Australia and all the others. Thank you very much. And I open the floor. With this, I think we can end agenda item 16, and we will move on now to come back to the begin, more or less. That means agenda item 6. And we have 7 resolutions on the table. We had an extensive discussion at the begin when all proponents could introduce. We had a discussion on the different resolutions. So what I would like to do now is to first keep the order in the resolutions the way they were presented. So then the next agenda item will be 6.1, the proposed resolution on enhancing the effectiveness of the International Whaling Commission. And we have Australia, New Zealand, and the United States presenting this document. We have now, after some discussion, a new document, IWC66 10-REF, and I would like to Australia, or the US, sorry, okay, the US to introduce, to report what was the outcome of the consultations, what changed, and then I will open the short discussion to see where we stand, if we can reach consensus. So now, yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I chair the drafting group for resolution IWC 66/10, which is now a REV version on the plenary website. In addition to the proponents, we had representatives from Brazil, Mexico, India, and Japan, Monaco, and from the Commission observers, the European Union, and 3 non-governmental observers, organizations. So, instead of going through every change, I'm just going to focus on the main text here that is different from the previous version. In the preambular text, there is a new second paragraph that recognizes the difference of views in the Commission. And notwithstanding that, the first line of the next sentence, all the rest is still the same. So moving to the operative paragraphs, the drafting group focused on 3 issues: how the panel would be selected, the scope of the review, and how the review and it would be brought forward to the Commission along with any potential recommendations for action IWC 67. So most of the changes start with the 3rd paragraph in the operative text down, and I'll explain them now. So instead of creating a new working group to oversee the review, the new text outlines that a steering group be selected at this meeting, representing a balanced range of views, in order to do the selection of a panel of 3 independent reviewers. The steering committee would do this through a limited tender application process, as described in the footnote, and they would do this in consultation with the chair and the vice chair of the Commission. The panel would conduct their review, so as far as scope, pursuant to the terms of reference that are in the annex. And the scope remains unchanged from when it was introduced before. It is solely on institutional and the governance arrangements of the Commission. Then, once the report was complete, the panel would submit that to the Executive Secretary, who would circulate it to the Commission, as well as the Working Group on Operational Effectiveness. And finally, the Working Group on Operational Effectiveness would review the report for a potential proposal to the Commission at IWC 67 pursuant to Rule J1. And that is my brief summary of the changes to 10 Rev. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, US. I would like to have just one or two comments to see if we can gain consensus. The floor is open. Okay, I can see, and as talking about resolutions, I just make sure that no one is missing because of some technical difficulties. So I'll just give a seconds more. Otherwise, it seems to me that you did a wonderful job in progressing and reaching a point where we have now a document that can be adopted by consensus. This is the case. I see nothing, so thank you very much. So the resolution IWC66/10RF is adopted by consensus. Thank you very much for your hard work. Simon just reminded me that you were mentioning the establishment of a group, so I just forgot, but I think the interested one could contact the US so that it might be already possible to have something before we close this meeting and maybe to inform back just information who is already in. So thank you. With this, we move on to agenda item 6.2, the next resolution, improving the review process for whaling under special permit, proposed by Australia and New Zealand. We received a new version, IWC66/11 and I would like now to ask Australia to report on the discussions and the changes. So Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll see if I can do as fine a job as my friend and colleague from the US just done with the previous resolution. So the Rev 1, as you've noted, was submitted last night, and I won't go through the details, but perhaps at a high level clarify the differences and the, I think importantly, the process by which we've got to this point. We had two open drafting group meetings during which parties, or there's broad participation, including, those who were most concerned about the resolution. It was an opportunity to raise issues around it, and attempts were made to take account of all of those views in the Rev 1 that was submitted last night. At a broad level, the main issues were that we were able, we hope, to provide greater clarity that the resolution is entirely consistent with paragraph 30 of the schedule and with Article 8, and that it in no way impinged on the scientific committee and their review process as specified in paragraph 30. We also sought clarity around what is now called the Standing Working Group. It's a group that will be established that can be parties self-nominate onto, and through yourself, Chair, and the Bureau, a balanced group with a range of views and the normal way that the IWC achieves balance in such groups would occur, and that the role of that group would be, and I make a comparison here, I think that helped some people. If you could imagine that all of the detailed and important information from the scientific committee that we receive on Aboriginal subsistence whaling came directly to the Bureau for discussions here, it would be a more complex thing to deal with. There's a lot of work goes on in the subcommittee that greatly helps the discussions and the considerations through here in the plenary meeting. So at a much smaller scale, this standing working group would bring all of that information through from the scientific committee. It would in no way reinterpret or review the science. It would simply, among the members that represent that balanced group of views, assist the Commission in reaching some conclusions around a particular permit application. So the draft attempts to do that, and there is given some clarity in the terms of reference. So, Chair, I guess I will leave it to others. We still strive for consensus on this. We have, since first submitting the resolution, sought the views of other parties to attempt to achieve consensus. I think it's fair to say, unless, and I would be delighted if I'm proved wrong, but it's fair to say we're unlikely to achieve consensus on this. But I think the discussion has been in a positive and constructive spirit, and I'm grateful for that through the drafting groups. And I think it's quite appropriate and reasonable, if necessary, once you've exhausted all attempts to reach consensus, it may be necessary in the end for us to vote on this resolution. But I'll finish my intervention at that point and leave the floor open. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. As we have some time constraints, it might be difficult to have a lot more time to have further work on it. But so I would like to give the floor now to Chapane, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we recognize the time constraints, and I try to be brief. First of all, I'd like to thank the proponents of this proposal for sharing the intent and the wording at the very early stage, well before this the meeting itself. And we do appreciate their willingness to talk and be engaged in the dialogue. And I fully agree that the process we went through before this meeting, as well as this meeting, was quite positive and constructive. For that, I do appreciate the efforts of the proponents for trying to achieve consensus over this draft resolution. But unfortunately, our interpretation of the relation between this draft and Article 8 and paragraph 30 is not the same as the proponents. In our view, still, even this is a resolution and legally non-binding. In our view, this is over the current wording of Article 8 of ICRW and paragraph 30 of a schedule, and not consistent with that. And we have a concern that the provisions included in this draft will further restrict the contracting government's ability under Article 8, as well as adding additional mechanism over paragraph 30 of the schedule. Also, because of that, in our view, this resolution actually, in practice, will change the schedule as well as the convention's intention. And legally speaking, you cannot change the convention, which is our constitution, and also a schedule by resolution. Even if it's legally non-binding, there are strong implications. It is like trying to change your national constitution by municipal ordinance. And we do appreciate the open discussion about the special permit research plan as well as results, and we are committed to cooperate with this organization to share the information and discuss the scientific aspects of our research. Finally, just only one more point to make. The standing working group be helpful to promote understanding of a scientific discussion. However, we do have a very good report from the scientific committee, and not just the scientific committee report itself, but abbreviated version of a result of the scientific committee. And also the working group might involve not just further summarization of the results, but other aspects, including a policy aspect in the process, which we are afraid will impinge upon Article 8 as well as paragraph 30. So let me iterate our gratitude for the proponents to talk about this issue in a constructive manner, but at this stage, we cannot support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Champagne. As it is clear that there will be no consensus, I will just two more speakers, and then I will ask Australia how we should proceed with some further intercessional work or the resolution to a vote. So just two more speakers, and then we will end the discussion. I have Antigua and Barbuda, and then the Netherlands. Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Antigua and Barbuda is quite concerned with regards to the nature of resolutions that are being brought before us in this body. I listened carefully to the explanation of the distinguished commissioner from Australia with regards to the rationale for this resolution. To listen to the counter-arguments from the distinguished commissioner of Japan. And Antigua and Barbuda is quite concerned, Mr. Chair, that our commission is being reduced to be directed by resolutions that, one, are non-binding, and two, they do not afford themselves the privilege of consensus. The representative of Australia referred to Resolution 2014/5, which seems to guide the rationale for this resolution. And we do recall and noted that there were no consensus on this non-binding resolution, and no member state need to comply with any provisions of this resolution. So it is not a statement of fact when it was mentioned that a party party refused to comply with the directive of this resolution. So the wording in itself, some of the wording in itself in this resolution is misleading and incorrect and should not be brought before us.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda.
I'm not.
Oh,
finished.
sorry,
Yeah,
sorry,
so,
you were disappearing on the screen.
yeah,
So
it should not. I repeat that it should not be brought before us in this that it is in. There is nothing for Japan or any other country that wants to engage in research whaling on the appropriate article in our convention have to answer to anyone here within the framework of the decisions that were taken in Resolution 2014/5. And as Japan said, that the provisions of this resolution and what this resolution is asking this convention to do is illegal and ultra-virus because it is not complying with the provisions of the IRCW. And I am urging the proponents of this resolution to withdraw it because it has no place with regards to what it's asking for. And it is in a situation where it can only bring disrepute to our organization, and we should be following the objectives of this, of this organization and also the provisions that are given within the convention. Mr. Chair, Antigua and Barbuda will not be able to support consensus on this resolution and would like to recommend that perhaps the time has come for this organization to put a working group together or ask the Bureau to review proposed resolutions coming before us to ascertain whether or not they fit within the legal framework of our convention. Thank you.
thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. And now the Netherlands, and then we close the discussion. The Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking for the EU, we really appreciate the work that has been done on this draft. It contributes to clarify the objectives and architecture of the resolution with a view to ensure an appropriate calendar for the review as well as an informed discussion on the scientific report recommendations. And that's why the EU supports this draft, and we are ready to talk about make it even better. Thank you.
Thank you. The Netherlands, as it was mentioned by Australia and Japan, there were some progress. There were good discussions before the meeting, during the meeting. So this might be the base for some future consultation. But right now, we have a resolution on the table. There is no consensus. And now I ask Australia how you would like to proceed. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to both the distinguished commissioners from Japan and Antigua and Barbuda for their commentary. The draft was open to all of those comments and appreciated through the drafting group process, which I said was open, the constructive way that we dealt with those comments. I understand that clearly some will feel that they haven't resolved their concerns. On that basis, on behalf of the two co-proponents for this, Australia and New Zealand, we would be quite comfortable going to a vote on this resolution, Chair, and resolving it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. So then I ask Simon to explain once more the procedure for the voting. Simon, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Chair has asked us to go to a vote on this item. The document in front of us is IWC66/11 and that document has a date stamp of the 26th of October 2016. we'll conduct the voting in the same manner as before, so we'll have the screens projected, please, as if by magic. This is a resolution, and so it requires a simple majority. As before, we will record yes, no, abstain, and non-participation. And of course, if you vote yes, you are voting to adopt the resolution. The first country on the roll is Argentina. So we'll start there, please. Argentina. Sorry.
Sí. Just a moment. Sorry. Argentina, I just see that someone is waving.
Okay, sorry, you're quite right. Advance the first country to vote after each round. So it was only coincidence, it's okay, that Antigua and Barbuda last this time. Okay, so Argentina, do you want to vote again?
Sí.
Yes. Australia?
Yes.
Austria?
Yes.
Yes. Belgium?
Yes.
Benin? Abstain. Brazil?
Yes.
Yes. Cambodia? No.
No.
Got it. Chile?
Sí.
Yes. Colombia?
Sí.
Yes. Costa Rica?
Sí.
Yes. Côte d'Ivoire?
Abstention.
Abstain. Croatia? He's absent. Czech Republic?
Yes.
Yes. Denmark?
Yes.
Yes. Dominican?
Yes.
Yes. Eritrea?
Abstain.
Abstain. Estonia?
Yes.
And
Yes.
yes. France?
Oui.
Yes. Gabon?
Oui.
Yes. Germany?
Yes.
Yes. Ghana?
No.
No. Grenada?
Abstain.
Abstain. Guinea?
No.
No. Hungary?
Yes.
Yes. Iceland?
Yes. No. I repeat, no.
We got it. India? India, could you repeat?
Abstain, please.
Abstain. Ireland?
Yes.
Yes. Israel?
Yes.
Yes. Italy?
Yes.
Japan?
No.
No. Kenya?
Abstain.
Abstain. Kiribati?
No.
No. Korea?
Abstain.
Abstain. Laos?
No.
No. Luxembourg.
Yes.
Yes. Mauritania. Abstain. Mexico.
Sí.
Yes. Monaco. Yes. Okay. Mongolia.
No.
No. Morocco.
Abstain.
Abstain. Nauru. No. Netherlands.
Yes.
Yes. New Zealand.
Yes.
Yes. Norway.
No.
No. Poland.
Yes.
Yes. Russian Federation. No. St. Kitts and Nevis. Absent. St. Lucia.
No.
No. St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
No.
No. San Marino. I think he's absent. Slovak Republic.
Yes.
Yes. Slovenia.
Yes.
Yes. South Africa.
Yes.
Yes. Spain.
Sí.
Yes. Suriname.
No.
No. Sweden.
Yes.
Yes. Switzerland.
Abstain.
Abstain. Tanzania.
No.
No. Tuvalu. No. United Kingdom.
Yes.
Yes. United States.
Yes.
Yes. Uruguay.
Sí.
Yes. And then all the way to the top. Antigua and Barbuda. No. Okay, thank you everybody. So the result of the vote there is 34 yes, 17 no, 10 abstentions, and because this requires a simple majority, Chair, the motion is passed.
Thank you, Simon. The resolution improving the review process for whaling under special permit, IWC66/11 Ref, was as just indicated by Simon accepted. We move, of course, I will give the possibility to some members if they wish to explain their voting, and I see Switzerland on the screen, so please, Switzerland.
Mr. Chairman, this is an explanation of vote. Switzerland does not see, first, the necessity, and second, the chance of a substantial improvement by establishing a standing working group. We have Annex P, and the processes defined here are almost every year further improved. The scientific committee is following this with utmost effort and due diligence. The outcome, which is presented to the Commission, seems to us short, clear, and unambiguous. Switzerland just do not see that an additional working group would achieve more than what is already possible to be achieved by the current process. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. I see Colombia wishing to explain their vote. Colombia, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Colombia ha decidido apoyar la propuesta de resolución presentada por Australia y Nueva Zelanda, toda vez que su contenido se encuentra alineado con nuestra posición conservacionista, al establecer medidas adicionales para el otorgamiento de estos permisos, lo cual finalmente derivará en una mejor protección de los cetáceos. Sin embargo, Colombia considera que las decisiones adoptadas por el Tribunal Internacional, como las que se mencionan en los párrafos 1, y 2 y en el literal E del anexo 2 de la resolución en comento son competencia exclusiva de las partes involucradas en un determinado caso. En consecuencia, no estimamos apropiado incluir estas decisiones como fundamento de cualquier otro documento o resolución, las cuales tienen un contexto más amplio. Incorporar consideraciones de un determinado fallo en otro tipo de documentos, como las resoluciones de la Comisión Ballenera Internacional, desdibuja el carácter accesorio e interpretativo de las decisiones judiciales, las cuales responden a una realidad específica. No obstante lo anterior, y para el registro en el acta, celebramos la adopción de esta resolución y esperamos trabajar mancomunadamente en su implementación. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Colombia. And with this, we move on to the next agenda item, which is 6.3, the resolution on food security, document IWC66 12. It was presented by Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and the Republic of Guinea. We had also, in this regard, quite some discussion. There was no new document presented, so I would like now to ask Ghana how you would prefer that we proceed this. So Ghana, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks again for the reception. Thanks also to Switzerland. I'm grateful to the United States and the Netherlands on behalf of the EU for their comment on the resolution. However, Mr. Chairman, I must report that we are unable to reach consensus on the text of the draft resolution. We are deeply disappointed that for another year, the IWC cannot reach consensus on a critical issue which affects millions of the world's poor. The failure of the IWC to act decisively and urgently on the food security resolution is particularly sad, given that, based on certain concerns expressed in IWC65 in 2014 by opponents of the resolution, significant changes were made to the original document, which particularly took into consideration those concerns. IWC cannot continue to abdicate its responsibilities and pretend that the dire realities facing the world's poor, the majority of whom live in developing countries, do not exist. I mention here a few undisputed facts. 870 million people have been designated by the United Nations as poor and hungry. All members of the IWC are members of the United Nations. All nations have a responsibility to ensure that hunger is eradicated globally. Access to food and nutrition are fundamental rights of every human being. All members of the IWC are duty-bound to join global effort to eliminate hunger and starvation. The preamble of the ICRW cautioned the IWC to ensure in its effort to optimize whale stocks, to ensure that in its effort to optimize whale stocks, it does not cause widespread economic and nutritional distress. The vision and mission of FAO are aligned to those of the IWC and expanded further in the preambular paragraphs of ICRW. The sustained management of both terrestrial and marine resources, including the constant and sustainable use of ocean resources, are critical elements in the fight against poverty and hunger. Whales are consumed as food in many nations of the world and provide source of nutrition. The resolution does not in any way whatsoever subvert the effort of the IWC executing its mandate as stated in the ICRW. The time has long passed for the IWC to stop politicizing the issue relating to poverty, starvation, malnutrition, food security, livelihoods, and economic growth with effect to the majority of human beings living in developing countries. For us, food security requires comprehensive international effort and not and should not be said to be the responsibility of EU only. I find it troubling that some member states feel comfortable discussing the issue of food safety while maintaining that there should be no discussion about food itself. I asked why we are comfortable discussing food safety, but not interested in discussing food security. I must emphasize that contrary to what has been said by some delegations, this resolution has nothing to do with the moratorium. We will continue to consult on the text of the draft during the intersessional period and hope that we reach an agreeable text with the opponents of the resolution before the IWC67. In the meantime, we request the Secretariat to keep the draft resolution as an agenda item for IWC67. I must thank Cote d'Ivoire and the Republic of Guinea, the co-sponsors of this draft resolution. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Thank you, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, the Republic of Guinea for bringing this resolution to this committee. And thank you all who participated in the discussions, as you mentioned, the Netherlands, the US, and others, to try to reach some consensus. And thank you for giving more time to this body to discuss this agenda item at the next meeting. So we have not to decide yet on this. And therefore, I will move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 6.4. 6.4, resolution on the creation of a fund to strengthen capacity of governments of limited means to participate in the work of the IWC. Document IWC66/13 was presented by Cambodia, Ghana, and Japan. We have, as in all other cases, quite some extensive discussion during the opening of this meeting, and we did not receive a new document. So then I would like now to ask Japan or some of the other proponents to take the floor and to say how you would prefer proceed with this resolution. So Japan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Surprisingly again, but this time, happy surprise, Mr. Chair. Working group, drafting group, could achieve substantial progress last evening with only a couple of things left unsolved, among which we have two substantial issues to solve quickly. And Mr. Chairman, I am very optimistic because my working group members as well as drafting group members were so positive. And I believe we could come up with the compromise text soon so that we could submit the revised resolution to the Secretariat by 6 o'clock this evening for the final examination at the Commission meeting tomorrow morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Japan. That's indeed positive feedback, and I'm not wasting time to ask some other parties to take the floor. I think you need all the time remaining now just to put the two remaining points at the right place so that we can have then tomorrow a revised document to decide on. So thank you very much, and thank you all that were actively participating in this drafting so far. I hope you have still enough energy to do a little bit more work. So thank you. With this, we proceed to agenda item 6.5. Resolution on cetaceans and ecosystem service. Chile was a proponent of the document. The document was IWC 6615. We have a revised version, which is IWC 66/15 Rev 3. And I would like to ask Chile to report on the outcome of the consultation, and then we can see how we move on. So Chile, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Este proyecto presentado por Chile fue enriqueciéndose a través del diálogo con diversos países que se mostraron interesados en acompañarnos como copatrocinadores, gesto que nosotros agradecemos ciertamente. La versión que ya está subida a la plataforma es la versión que ha recogido todos estos aportes que han enriquecido nuestro proyecto y quisiéramos entonces proceder de acuerdo con las reglas del caso. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chile. Are there any comments? I would like to have maybe one or two. Chapin, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We appreciate the efforts of proponents of this draft resolution about ecosystem functions now. However, we still have the basic difficulties of accepting this resolution because in our view, this is the promotion, or this is a denial of sustainable utilization of whales for so-called provisional services in ecosystem thinking. And therefore, unless we see a good balance, we are in no point of supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Chapin. I think there is no consensus right now on this resolution, and it seems that the positions are a little bit too far away, so that there will be certainly not the possibility to reach any consensus till tomorrow or still today to have a new draft presented. I would like to give the floor back to Chile to ask how you would like to proceed with this resolution. So Chile, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. En vista de esta situación, nosotros quisiéramos llevar nuestro proyecto a votación cuando sea oportuno. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chile. So before I give the floor to Simon once more to explain, I remind you to remain concentrated during voting. So Simon, please.
Okay, good afternoon again, everyone. We'll proceed as before, so please can we have the voting screens? Thank you. The document before you is document IWC 6615 Rev 3, and the date stamp is 26th of October at 6 p.m. in the evening. The first party to vote this time, of course, is Australia. And this, as before, requires a simple majority because it is a resolution. If you vote yes, of course, you are voting to adopt the resolution. If you vote no, you are voting to reject the resolution. So, can we commence with Australia, please?
Yes.
Yes. Austria?
Yes.
Yes. Belgium? Yes.
Yes.
Benin? Abstain. Brazil?
Yes.
Yes. Cambodia?
Abstain.
Abstain. Chile?
Sí.
Yes. Colombia?
Sí.
Yes. Costa Rica?
Sí.
Yes. Côte d'Ivoire?
Abstention.
Abstain. Croatia? That's absent. Czech Republic?
Yes.
Yes. Denmark?
Yes.
Yes. Dominican Republic?
Yes.
Yes. Eritrea?
Abstain.
Abstain. Estonia?
Yes.
Yes. Finland?
Yes.
Yes. France?
Oui.
Yes. Gabon?
Oui.
Yes. Germany?
Yes.
Yes. Ghana?
No.
No. Grenada?
Abstain.
Abstain. Guinea?
Abstain.
Abstain. Hungary?
Yes.
Yes. Iceland?
No.
No. India? Yes.
Yes.
Ireland?
Yes.
Yes. Israel?
Yes.
Yes. Italy?
Yes.
Yes. Japan?
No.
No. Kenya?
No.
No. Kiribati?
No.
No. Korea?
Abstain.
Abstain. Laos?
No.
No. Luxembourg?
Oui.
Yes. Mauritania?
Yo.
Abstain. Mexico?
Sí.
Yes. Monaco?
Oui.
Yes. Mongolia?
No.
No. Morocco?
Abstain.
Abstain. Nauru?
No.
No. Netherlands?
Yes.
Yes. New Zealand?
Yes.
Norway?
No.
No. Poland?
Yes.
Yes. Russian Federation? No. St. Kitts and Nevis? Absent. St. Lucia? No. St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
No.
No. San Marino? Absent. Slovak Republic?
Yes.
Yes. Slovenia?
Yes.
Yes. South Africa?
Yes.
Yes. Spain?
Sí.
Yes. Suriname?
No.
No. Sweden?
Yes.
Yes. Switzerland?
Yes.
Yes. Tanzania? No. Tuvalu? No. United Kingdom?
Yes.
Yes. United States?
Yes.
Yes. Uruguay?
Sí.
Yes. Antigua and Barbuda?
No.
No. Argentina?
Sí.
Yes. So that concludes the voting. The result is 36 yes, 16 no, 9 abstain, and so, Chair, this motion is adopted.
Thank you, Simon. So, resolution on cetaceans and ecosystem service, document IWC66/15 Ref 3, passed with the needed majority. We move on now to agenda item 6.6, the resolution on the Minamata Convention. This document, IWC/66/14, was presented by Uruguay, Brazil, and Colombia, and a revised version was published at the time. It's document IWC/66/14 Ref 2. I would like to ask Uruguay to inform us about the consultations you had, and so please, Uruguay, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. El texto que se está sometiendo a decisión es el resultado de un proceso constructivo de consultas con varias distinguidas delegaciones procedentes de diversas regiones. Si se compara el proyecto presentado originalmente y su última versión, que se encuentra bajo consideración, se podrá advertir que el mismo ha registrado numerosos y positivos cambios. Naturalmente, aspiramos a que el proyecto sea adoptado por consenso. En caso de que ello no sea posible y que lamentaríamos, deseamos que el mismo sea sometido a votación. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Uruguay. Can I have pen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would appreciate the efforts of the co-proponents to accommodate concerns my delegation raised at the Commission meeting 2 days ago. And I really appreciate their efforts to improve this draft resolution. However, as I pointed out at the discussions at the Commission meeting 2 days ago, the objective of the Minamata Convention is mainly relating to the anthropogenic emission and the release of mercury, which has almost nothing to do with the objectives of this organization. On top of that, when we look at the operative paragraphs, the contracting governments are encouraged to promote non-lethal scientific research programs. That means encouraged to eliminate lethal research programs which provide us ample scientific information which would be useful for this purpose, described in this draft resolution. For those reasons, it is very difficult for this organization, this representation, to support the proposed resolutions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Japan. I had before the US on the screen. Will the US take the floor? No? Okay. With this, there is no consensus on the document we have right now in front of us. As Uruguay, as one of the proponents explained already before, if there is no consensus, they would like to have a vote on it. May I just have it confirmed by Uruguay that you wish to have a vote? Uruguay, please.
Sí, confirmamos la intención de someterlo a votación.
Thank you, Uruguay. So, Simon, could you once more go through the procedure, please?
Okay, thank you, Chair. To confirm the document that we're voting on, IWC 6614 Rev 3. So that's Rev 3, and it was made available at 2:30 this afternoon. As before, this is a simple majority required. A yes vote will adopt the resolution, and no vote will decline it. Austria, please.
Yes.
Yes. Belgium.
Yes.
Yes. Benin? No. Brazil?
Yes.
Yes. Cambodia?
No.
No. Chile?
Sí.
Yes. Colombia?
Sí.
Yes. Costa Rica?
Sí.
Yes. Côte d'Ivoire?
No.
No. Croatia is still absent? Czech Republic?
Yes.
Yes. Denmark?
Yes.
Yes. Dominican Republic?
Yes.
Yes. Eritrea?
No.
No. Estonia?
Yes.
Yes. Finland?
Yes.
Yes. France?
Oui.
Yes. Gabon? Yes. Germany?
Yes.
Yes. Ghana?
No.
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 No. Guinea?
No.
No. Hungary?
Yes.
Yes. Iceland?
No.
No. India?
Yes.
Yes. Ireland?
Yes.
Yes. Israel?
Yes.
Yes. Italy?
Yes.
Yes. Japan?
No.
No. Kenya?
No.
No. Kiribati?
No.
No. Korea?
Yes.
Yes. Laos?
No.
No. Luxembourg? Yes. Mauritania? No.
No.
Okay. Mexico?
Yes.
Yes. Monaco?
Oui.
Yes. Mongolia?
No.
No. Morocco?
No.
No. Nauru?
No.
No. Netherlands?
Yes.
Yes. New Zealand?
Yes.
Yes. Norway?
No.
No. Poland?
Yes.
Yes. Russian Federation?
Yes.
Yes. St. Kitts and Nevis is absent. St. Lucia? No. St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
No.
No. San Marino is absent. Slovak Republic.
Yes.
Yes. Slovenia.
Yes.
Yes. South Africa.
Yes.
Yes. Spain.
Sí.
Yes. Suriname. No. Sweden.
Yes.
Yes. Switzerland.
Yes.
Yes. Tanzania.
No.
No. Tuvalu. No. United Kingdom.
Yes.
Yes. United States.
Yes.
Yes. Uruguay.
Sí.
Yes. Antigua and Barbuda.
No.
No. Argentina.
Sí.
Yes. And lastly, Australia.
Yes.
Yes. The voting is complete. The results are 38 yes. Resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Simon. The resolution on the Minamata Convention, document IWC/66/14 Rev 2, passed with the requested simple majority. And I would like now to allow some parties to explain their vote if needed. I see none. Then we move on to the next item. That's 6.7. The resolution on the critically endangered vaquita, the document IWC/66/20 was introduced by the United States, and we have a revised version, IWC/66/20 Ref. So can I ask please the US to comment on the working in the drafting group and the changes made to the first version. So the US, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, indeed, we do have a revised version. It is the product of discussions with various members about their concerns with respect to the resolution initially proposed by the U.S., and I greatly appreciate the collaborative approach that many delegations took with respect to this resolution and trying to address this important issue. The version before you has a few changes. The most notable is the removal of the background section that accompanied the original version. We've also included as the first paragraph some new language that addresses the concerns of some members that this resolution might be seen as suggesting that we were prejudicing the views of certain persons on whether or not this body has or does manage small cetaceans. I think those are the two significant changes. There were actually some minor changes to the fourth paragraph from the bottom, which begins endorses. They were largely editorial. At this point, I need to make two additional changes. In the resolution, we refer to a CITES decision. It's referred to as CITES decision 17.x, and that was because we were awaiting the CITES process to provide a number that we could replace that X with. That has not happened. They have not process of endorsing or compiling all of their resolutions. So what we would like to do is replace in the last paragraph on the first page in the second line and the third paragraph from the bottom on the first line, replace the words decision 17.x, words comp 17, comp point 1.2, rev 1. And this is simply a reference so that readers know where this document can be found. And with that, we're very hopeful that we have accommodated the needs of the members of the commission and that we can adopt this by consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, US. I see Antigua and Barbuda. Please, Antigua and Barbuda.
Excuse me. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're having some difficulties still with the microphones. Mr. Chair, Antigua and Barbuda, and I personally have significant sympathy to what is happening with the vaquita. No one, absolutely no one, I'm sure, wishes to see any species go extinct, and this must be a very solemn moment for us all here. We fully support the concepts of biodiversity. We also are aware that in this commission, we are seeing where a number of resolutions or actions are brought into force on a voting system which gives absolutely no consideration for the rights of minorities in this organization. The vaquita, as with many other species, we all must work very hard to ensure their conservation and abundance within our quest to conserve and promote biodiversity. There are questions that Antigua and Barbuda would like to ask, Mr. Chair, as we move forward with this resolution. Why is it that for resolution we strive very hard for consensus, and others we, and I want to use an Antiguan phrase, we just ram it down the throat of people? Take it or leave it. We have the majority. The proponents of this resolution tends to support that concept that they can just ram things down people's throat and we have to take it or leave it. That is not a good sign. We all have yes, and we have to respect each other's yes. This particular species have its respective range states. We must ensure that these states have the capacity to manage and enforce regulation to govern the survival of these species. We also have to ensure that, like always striving for consensus on this matter, we refrain from bringing this commission into disrepute by callously voting on other issues, as we have seen a few minutes ago. Concern also, Mr. Chair, that elements of this resolution would lend itself to the notion that this commission have management authority on small cetaceans. I want to make it abundantly clear that it is the opinion of Antigua and Barbuda, based on the provisions of this convention, that this commission have absolutely no legal authority to manage small cetaceans. It's with a very heavy heart, but for the sake of biodiversity and for the sake of cooperation in the spirit that this meeting, and I have to commend you, Mr. Chair, for fostering consensus and cooperation. I commend you for your leadership during the course of this week. But we have to serve notice that those of us who feel that when it's time for them to have a way in this convention, that they can come running to us and ask for us to join them in consensus. And when we have matters like food security, when we have matters like support to attend meetings, they run away from us, or they disguise under all sorts of amendments. Antigua and Barbuda will not participate in this vote, and we will not block consensus, because we need to save this species, and that is coming from the bottom of my heart. It's very painful to see, Mr. Chair, that while we are cooperating on matters as important as this nature, when other matters of importance come up, the dictatorial majority seems to feel that they can just ram it down our throat, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. I have St. Vincent and then Japan on the list, and after I would like to proceed. So first St. Vincent and then Japan, please. St. Vincent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The mechanism now seems to work. Mr. Chair, I want to concur with the statements made by the distinguished Commissioner of Antigua Barbuda. And the Grenadines takes its independent position at times at this organization. And by the way, I am here working today, and home in my country there is widespread jubilation because today is the Independence Day of my country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mr. Chair, we too are very concerned about the situation with the vaquita. We, as I suppose all other countries in this room, would not like to see the elimination of any species of life. We are very sympathetic to this particular cause. However, we have had history in this organization of indicating that the IWC has no jurisdiction over small cetaceans. In the country, we have a need, and we have a need where we have communities that depend on small cetaceans for their very livelihood and for life. And we feel strongly that what is happening here might probably open the window for the IWC to spread its tentacles into the management of cetaceans. But nevertheless, we do sympathize with this particular resolution, and like Antigua, Barbuda, St. Vincent and the Grenadines will not block consensus, but we will not be participating in the process. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, St. Vincent. Now I give the floor to Japan, please.
The Chair, I do appreciate, again, the proponent of this draft proposal for its effort to try to reflect the positions of members who do not accept of our International Whaling Commission on Small Cetaceans. And like previous speaker, we all deeply concerned about the status of the vaquita and associate ourselves with many expressions of concern from other member states and NGOs. And we share the hope that this species will recover. At the same time, we do need to make it clear that we stick to our position about small cetacean. So the number of countries with similar positions are now preparing a statement to which we may need to make small modifications, including reflection of our latest changes, just explained by as to the number of CITES documents or those of this nature. And as long as this delegation is concerned, we have the same position as to previous speakers. We will not block consensus, but we will not join the consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Is there any member intending to block the consensus? I see Ghana. Ghana, please.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Ghana will not join the consensus.
Thank you, Ghana. So then we have to refer, as there is Guinea, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Guinée ne va pas bloquer le consensus, ne prendra pas part à l'élection. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Guinea. St. Lucia.
Thank you, Chair. St. Lucia will not be participating.
Thank you, St. Lucia. I'm not asking now all the parties to express if they will support or not. I just asked before to be sure that no one is blocking consensus. As soon as we have some members blocking the consensus, that means we have to proceed in a way. And on the document there is a slight editorial change just explained related to the decision by the COP CITES. I think this shouldn't be a problem to be accepted by all, as it is just editorial to replace the 17.x by COP 17. And now I would like to ask the US how we would prefer to proceed. The US, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I'd seek clarification. It's clear to me whether there is any member that is seeking to block consensus at this point. If there is no member that's seeking to block consensus at this point, then I am obviously thrilled to accept consensus. If we could get clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. The US, may I ask in this regard, Ghana, once more just to make clear, are you blocking consensus, are you against, or are you just not participating? Ghana, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ghana is not blocking consensus, but it's not participating.
Okay. It was probably a misunderstanding from my side. I apologize for that. And yes, Antigua and Barbuda, you explained already your view, but I will allow you to take the floor once more so that we can then proceed. Antigua and Barbuda, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How will we record those of us that are not participating in the process? I think that should be recorded because we're present, but we will not be participating and we will not be blocking consensus. So the record needs to show that. So perhaps you might want to explain how would you know those of us who are not participating.
Thank you. Antigua and Barbuda, before I give the floor to Japan, in my understanding, I've already expressed before, it will be noted that all the members are not participating, that their position regarding small cetaceans is clearly stated in the report. But maybe Chapin can give some additional advice in this regard. So Chapin, please.
Thank you very much. I referred to a statement we are now preparing, which is almost complete, has a list of our countries, name of our countries, and if those who are not participating in the consensus are not blocking the consensus can add their name to this statement, and this statement be recorded as a commission document. I think there will be a formal way of recording the position. Thank you.
Thank you, Chapin. The Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are not the members of the statement that is being prepared right now, as Japan has just explained. We have an independent position. We are not going to block the consensus, and we are not going to participate in the voting, but we are not among the states that are going to sign this statement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Russia. Okay, in this moment, we have the possibility, respectively, just the document or the note explained and offered by Chapin, already signed by some other members. I think it's important that this view will be reflected in the report of all not participating, either because they have the same view as expressed by Japan, Antigua and Barbuda and other speakers, or just as we had it now by the Russian Federation for other reasons that they are well mentioned and recorded in the report. The US, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your indulgence, first I'd like to thank all of the participants, both those that have supported the consensus, but also those that have expressed their reservations but sought not to block consensus out of concern for this, the status and the future of this species. I think it's a very important issue, and together it is a very important statement for this commission to make. During some of the interventions, there were some characterizations made of the proponents. And as the lead proponent, I simply want to take a moment to respond. I think the U.S. has, in fact, gone out of its way to support some of the other resolutions that were referenced, and where the suggestion was made that we were unsympathetic, we were unwilling to work with other members on those resolutions. In fact, with respect to the resolution concerning providing assistance to nations of limited means, the U.S. actually took a lead role in trying to draft a solution so that we could in fact address these issues. So I just wanted to make that point and make it clear that we aren't here as a bully, we're here as a member of this organization with the intent and desire to work collaboratively to find ways to address issues that are important to all of the members. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. The U.S. It is certainly a unique situation, and we all will not have a situation in the near future. But it shows also the willingness of all to change something, to participate. And in my understanding, the resolution for the critically endangered vaquita is accepted, and we have to note that it was accepted in Kansas, and all the countries not blocking the consensus will be noted and either under the document that will be added and prepared by Japan, or also the note, and I ask Russia to deliver the note respectively to the Secretariat. And with this, if there is no other party wishing to take the floor, I think you really deserve now a coffee break. I thank you very much for all, for the excellent work so far this afternoon, and we will meet now 4:15. So I really think you deserve half an hour of coffee break. So we will meet at 4:15 p.m. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. Please take your seats. Before we move on with our work on agenda item 17, we have still some other items open I would like to handle first. And just to inform, my intention is to finish today with 17th and possibly 18th. I mean, unlike at the beginning of this afternoon, it looks like as we might achieve this goal. The beginning of the afternoon, I couldn't see yet the possibility to go till 18 and to finish 18, but now it looks so that there is at least a possibility. So I ask all concerned to be ready for their interventions. Now, apart from the resolutions we kept open till today, and I'm really happy that we could close most of them. We had another agenda item open, that's agenda item 7.1, and I was just informed during the coffee break that there is still some work ongoing in this regard. Now, I would like or offer to the members of the working drafting group to take the floor, but I think they are hard work. The best would be just to leave them working very hard till, well, the deadline, and then to have the results tomorrow to be discussed in the plenary. So I think it's a good sign that there is still work done and in progress. With this, I would then keep agenda item 7.1 open, and the next one still open, that's agenda item 12, IWC in the future. And we had some discussion, and there was also a way forward, and I would like now to give the floor to Chapin, please. Chapin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We recall that under agenda item 12, we talked about ways to continue the discussion on the very important issue of a division in this organization in a manner open and transparent, the intersessional period. And there was some questions from floor about more specifics about this idea, and my delegation promised that we will put something on paper for further discussion and understanding. And now the paper is on website, and the document number is IWC66 22. At this stage, I don't think we request discussion on that paper, because it's just posted and people need some time to digest. And also, of course, depending on the responses from other members, but also my sense is we will not be pushing too much or pushing too fast to move, but we will make, because this is a new issue, we like to make step by step with common understanding as possible when we make a step forward. So I appreciate very much the members interested in this issue have a look at the document 22 and give us some feedback. And depending on the feedback, we might like to ask for a very short time of discussion tomorrow, but not prolong the discussion. So I like to ask Mr. Chair to keep this agenda item a little bit more time open, and would appreciate feedback on the paper number 22. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Payne. So we are not going into discussion now. I think it's an idea to have some time to look at and maybe to come back tomorrow just for a short discussion, giving some feedback, but not entering in a longer discussion as also now the wish by Chair Payne. So with this, we still keep item 12 open, and then we move on to agenda item 17, other management issues. Under agenda item 17.1, 2 points. We have national issues and the implementation process. So I would like to ask the chair of the scientific committee first to introduce 17.1 and 17.1.1, and then I would like to open the floor for discussion before the chair of the scientific committee then presents 17.1.2. So, chair of the scientific committee, Katerina, please.
Thank you, Bruno. You can find our the summary of our discussions about the general assessment issues with a focus on those related to the revised management procedure under agenda item 5 of document 6617 or 5 in both of the scientific committee reports. As I said earlier in the meeting, the RMP approach, which has been pioneered at the IWC and is now increasingly used in fishery management, is of relevance to the work of the committee when examining the status and the effect of all human-related mortality, not only whaling, so catch, ship strikes, and other environmental concerns. Lessons learned during the RMP implementation process are of value in assessment generally and are being used by the committee in this broader context. Under these general assessment issues, we have 4 areas usually on the agenda. We look at the MSY, maximum sustainable yield rates review. We look at the possibility to amend the CLA catch limit algorithm. There is a precise procedure to propose amendments and to accept potential amendments. So what I can say in that regard, this year the committee recommended the continued use of the existing CLA rather than using the proposed Norwegian amendment. So we finished that discussion on there. Then in terms of updating guidelines and annotations for the RMP, we do this regularly, but we are currently focusing on the process of reviewing the use of model-based abundance estimations for the use of the RMP and committee in general. Finally, in terms of the discussions on the implication of the implementation simulation trials for consideration of status and abundance estimates, this is an important addition that comes from a request from the Commission. It has been discussed already at preliminary, how the scientific committee can provide advice on the status of populations and species. And using implementation simulation trial, when you do an implementation, you may end up with different scenarios. So there is a need to find out which is the best metric to actually elaborate on the status for each of the regions. And the committee is working on developing these metrics, Sorry for butchering English. And that's all, I think, about this agenda item. So I will here. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. I open the floor for comments and discussion. US, please.
Thank you to the Chair of the Science Committee for that information, and thank you, Mr. Chair. The United States understands that the RMP process is what would govern commercial whaling if such activity is ever permitted under the schedule. Currently, nationals of Iceland and Norway engage in commercial whaling, and we affirmatively believe that those activities diminish the effectiveness of the International Convention for the Regulation of Whaling. We strongly urge Iceland and Norway to cease immediately all commercial whaling and international trade in whale products. Thank you.
Thank you, US. I have the Netherlands, India, and Mexico on my list. The Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Netherlands is speaking on behalf of the EU member states party to the ICRW. We would like to emphasize that the moratorium on commercial whaling has provided critical protection for great whales and continues to play an effective role in protecting whale populations, including by helping critically depleted populations to recover. However, whaling for commercial purposes has been conducted every single year after the moratorium came into effect, resulting in almost 15,000 minke whales and fin whales killed in North Atlantic waters by Iceland and Norway since then. We therefore strongly support maintaining the moratorium on commercial whaling and invite countries that continue a commercial whaling or other whaling activities to consider ceasing them and give full attention to the cumulative impacts of anthropogenic activities on cetaceans, which pose a severe threat to the long-term survival of various populations. In addition, we are concerned that current self-allocated quotas for commercial whaling are undermining the moratorium. I would like to take this opportunity to express concern about the drastic increase of exports of whale meat from Norway and Iceland to Japan in recent years. In this context, we recall CITES Resolution 11.4 of the COP12 that, I quote, recommends that parties to CITES agree not to issue any import or export permit or certificate for introduction from the sea under CITES for primarily commercial purposes for any specimen or any species or stock protected from commercial whaling by the International Convention for the Regulation of Whaling. And end quote. We call on Norway, Iceland and Japan to stop their trade in whale meat and products and to consider their position on the listing of the great whales under Appendix 1 of the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species, CITES. We reaffirm our strong support for this listing. We also reaffirm our strong support for the maintenance of the internationally agreed moratorium on commercial whaling established under the International Whaling Commission. We call upon Iceland and Norway to also reconsider their position on this other issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Netherlands, I have India, Mexico, Iceland, Monaco, Norway, and Argentina on my screen. Next is India.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As you're aware, India has always been opposed to commercial whaling and supports the continuation of the moratorium in force on it. We believe the revised management scheme, which has been under discussion for some time, should contain provisions for strong safeguards for the conservation of whales, along with a robust compliance mechanism to ensure implementation of the rules of the Commission. And any harvesting for scientific reasons should really be, even for research, on non-lethal basis. We do not support the killing of cetaceans. And so there should be catch limits if they are necessary. And therefore, we have to ensure that not only is it on a sustainable basis for a particular species, but any sharing of the harvest quotas, if such quotas are reached, and I agree completely with my predecessor delegates from the United States and Netherlands and their statements, such harvest quota should be on the basis of equal per capita entitlements. And of course, any research done on whales, we should prefer to see done strictly on non-lethal basis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, India. Iceland, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Iceland has to respond to what has been said here. This was not hoped for, but we expected it, so I text that I want to read here. First, let me assure you that Iceland takes its commitment to protect the whale population, as indeed all the living resources in its waters, seriously. For us, the principle of sustainable use of marine resources is the cornerstone of our fisheries policy, as biological sustainability of these resources is fundamental for the long-term prosperity of my country. Whaling in Icelandic waters is only directed at abundant whale stocks, the North Atlantic common minke whales and fin whales. Our approach is and always has been science-based, sustainable, strictly regulated and in accordance with international law. A statement to the effect that the current Icelandic catch level of fin whales are not biologically sustainable has no scientific foundation. Icelandic whaling activity is based on annual catch limits set by the Marine Research Institute of Iceland. These limits are based on the most recent IWC and NAMCO stock assessments, using the RMP as agreed by the Scientific Committee of the IWC. They are precautionary, and extensive modeling has demonstrated the long-term sustainability. They are substantially lower than they would be if they were calculated according to the formula recently applied by the International Whaling Commission for the Aboriginal Hunts, or the new NMP, the predecessor of RMP. The sustainability of fin whale catch, of the Icelandic fin whale catch, is further supported by the research from the most recent survey conducted in 2015. Between the surveys in 2007 and 2015, abundance of fin whales in the Icelandic whaling grounds and adjacent areas in the central North Atlantic increased from 27,000 to 41,000. I repeat, increased from 27,000 to 41,000 fin whales. This increase occurred simultaneously with whaling of fin whales. That was resumed in 2006, after 70 years. The fin whale is classified as endangered on the IUCN list. However, the IUCN report makes it clear that this is solely due to the poor status of the southern hemisphere subspecies of fin whales. The status of fin whales in the central and North Atlantic is strong. In fact, the IUCN has issued a special listing of threatened species in Europe, including the central and North Atlantic. The fin whale and the common minke whale are not listed there under any of the threatened categories. We argue, however, that the southern hemisphere subspecies of fin whale is endangered as reflected in the global IUCN red list. It is fundamental to this issue to understand and acknowledge that there is no interchange between the fin whale stocks in the southern hemisphere and in the North Atlantic. Hence, the poor state of the southern stock has no relevance at all to the utilization of healthy stock around Iceland. The status of the fin whales is also clearly expressed in the recently published international report of the IWC, where it says, and I quote, "Assessments show Central and West Greenland population of fin whales to be in a healthy state." Despite all scientific fact, there is still those, and among them are many NGOs in this room today, who claim that the Icelandic fin whaling is unsustainable and threatening an endangered stock. Nothing could be further from the truth. When Iceland rejoined the IWC, in 2002, it made a lawful reservation with respect to the IWC moratorium on whaling and is therefore not bound by it. Iceland's reservation to the commercial moratorium and right to conduct sustainable whaling is entirely legal. The Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES, provides for the restriction or prohibition of international trade in whale irrespective of the status of the individual stocks. When Iceland ratified CITES Convention in 2000, it made reservations as permitted by the Convention regarding the listing of 15 species of whales. The reservations are based on scientific information on the abundance of these species. It is therefore wrong to state that by exporting fin whale products, Iceland is in a breach of international convention. So to conclude, I want to make clear that I am not contesting the right of governments or free citizens in democratic societies to advocate for a global ban on hunting whales or any other animal for that matter. We cannot but respect cultural and religious differences between communities as well as individual emotions. What I find not acceptable is for responsible authorities and organizations to fight their cause on false grounds by ignoring or denying the available scientific evidence. Let us not forget that the whaling issue is not only about whales. It's also about the meaning of binding agreements by sovereign governments. It is about how seriously countries take the fact that these agreements are to be based on science. That, for example, to the Whaling Convention and the Convention to Prevent Trade in Endangered Species. The scientific approach is the guiding principle that we have agreed upon, but unfortunately sometimes seems to be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Iceland. Before I draw, I just call one on my list. So Monaco, Norway, Argentina, Mexico, and one IGO, and that's the end of the list. So next on my screen is Monaco, please.
Thank you, Chair. Monaco just heard the commitment of Iceland to sustainably manage marine resources. However, Monaco feels very concerned about recent declarations of intention signaling that Iceland plans to resume in a few months its commercial hunt of the North Atlantic fin whale, which is still an endangered whale species. Iceland rejoined this commission after a highly contentious vote, with a reservation which it claimed revoked its previous acceptance of the moratorium on commercial whaling. 19 countries formally objected to Iceland's reservation. In these last 10 years, the Icelandic whaling industry has been responsible for the deaths of more than 700 endangered fin whales and 453 minke whales. The delegation deplores this escalation of Iceland's whaling to a point that now constitutes a flagrant abuse of paragraph 10E. The volume of Iceland's trade in whale products has reached pre-moratorium levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Monaco. Now Norway, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to associate ourselves with the views expressed by Iceland. The rounds of voting that we have just been through illustrate the sorry state of things in this organization. The lack of respect by some members for our convention and for legitimate rights for science-based whaling creates an atmosphere of mistrust among us that makes cooperation on issues of relative importance sadly difficult, if not impossible. Chair, Norway does its utmost to live up to the conventions we are party to. In this sense, we recognize one type of whaling, that is sustainable whaling. Our whaling and trade activity are legally undisputable, they are sustainable, responsible, and transparent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Norway. Argentina, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. La Argentina defiende el mantenimiento de la moratoria a la caza comercial de ballenas y se opone fuertemente a que se reanude el comercio internacional de productos de ballena. Teniendo en consideración eso, deseamos invitar a los gobiernos de Islandia y de Noruega a que adhieran a la moratoria internacionalmente acordada a la caza comercial de ballenas y a que reexaminen su decisión de continuar con la caza comercial. Esperamos que tanto el gobierno de Islandia como el gobierno de Noruega consideren seriamente los beneficios de eliminar la caza comercial de ballena y puedan adoptar una posición de aceptación de la moratoria global a la caza de ballenas internacionalmente acordada y en vigor desde el año 1986 en el marco de la Comisión Ballenera Internacional. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. And now Mexico, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. Le agradecemos a Caterina, la presidenta del Comité Científico, su presentación. También le agradecemos a Islandia su explicación y que ha prohibido al Comité Científico con una actualización de su registro de ADN en el nuevo formato. Como bien saben todos, Islandia, México es uno de los muchos países que formalmente se opusieron a la reserva de Islandia a la moratoria sobre la caza comercial. Esta caza comercial persistente y que ha llevado a que se dé este comercio internacional de carne de ballena y es de gran preocupación para muchos de nosotros. Sobre todo porque los límites de captura acordados por el gobierno de Islandia son más altos de los que se calcula utilizando el RMP, con un nivel de tuning o de ajuste de 0.72, que es el acordado. También instamos a Islandia que poner fin a esta caza y este esta caza y el comercio de carne de ballena. Quisiera aprovechar para recordarles el documento IWC/63/15, cuyo título es Information Note on RMP Tuning and Catch Limits Calculated by the Scientific Committee, que sometió México con otros 7 países. En el último párrafo señalamos que en el informe de 2010 el Comité Científico proporcionó resultados de cálculos de límite de captura de ballenas de aleta del Atlántico Norte para tunings o ajustes de 0.72 y 0.60 para el RMP. Eso está en nuestra revista, en el JCRM, en el 12, en el suplemento, en la página 64, en la tabla 7. El comité acordó que el nivel de ajuste del tuning que se utilizó en el cálculo de los límites de captura y del CLA debe ser lo aprobado en la implementation de los simulation trails. En este caso, solo el ajuste de 0.72. La apuesta de ajuste de este 0.72, el comité recomienda que la variante 6 tuvo un rendimiento aceptable, mientras que la variante 2 sería aceptable condicionada a un programa de investigación aprobado. No había pruebas de simulación de implementación del RMP para las ballenas de aleta del Atlántico Norte que se han llevado a cabo mediante la puesta a punto del 0.6. En consecuencia, el comité no ha proporcionado consejo alguno en aquel tiempo en cuanto a la aceptabilidad de las variantes de RMP mediante la puesta a punto de 0.6. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mexico. I have 2 IGOs on the screen, so I will give the floor to the first IGO, and if the second one has some slightly different opinions or information, I will also allow them to take the floor. So the first IGO, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to comment briefly on a couple of points that just came up in discussion. One, there was a mention of the classification of fin whales on the IUCN Red List. As the Distinguished Commissioner for Iceland correctly noted, fin whales are listed as endangered on the global Red List based on the Red List criteria, and it's the listing as a result of the extent of decline during the last 3 generations. And for whales, 3 generations is a fairly considerable period. The Commissioner for Iceland also mentioned another status of fin whales on an IUCN Red List publication that is an assessment process conducted with the European Union for cetaceans in European waters. The area to which that assessment refers does not include the central North Atlantic, where the catch of fin whales are taken off Iceland, so it's not relevant to the situation of the stocks there. The other comment I wanted to make actually has already been covered largely by the comments from the Distinguished Commissioner of Mexico, namely that when we are told that catch limits are being calculated in accordance with the RMP developed by the Scientific Committee, that depends what you mean by the RMP. When the RMP was first presented to this commission, the commission chose a certain tuning level to ensure a high degree of, or rather a low risk of depletion of whale stocks. And since then, that version has been applied by the Scientific Committee. So the entire testing process by the committee, which determined which implementation options for the RMP would be safe for fin whales in the North Atlantic and minke whales on the North Atlantic, they were all based on the Commission's choice of tuning. The alternative choice of tuning used by Iceland and Norway allows for considerably higher catches, and therefore it cannot be assumed that tests conducted by the Scientific Committee would determine that those levels of catches would be safe from a conservation point of view. Also, at the most recently completed set implementation review of the RMP by the Scientific Committee. The options which were found to be safe also did not include the choice of area boundaries used for establishing the national borders in set by the Ministry of Fisheries in Iceland. And indeed, in the latest implementation review, the Scientific Committee rejected that particular choice of area boundary and recommended 5 alternative boundaries. So just to summarise, Mr. Chairman, when talking about whether catch limits are calculated in accordance with the RMP, one really needs to look very carefully at the details and be aware of which version and which options and which other factors are being applied. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now to end this discussion, the second IGO, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to reiterate that the NAMCO and member countries believe in sustainable and responsible management. So also with respect to the hunt in Norway and Iceland. And if the case was that the stocks in question in any way had been endangered and the catches had endangered them, the hunt would not be carried out. In addition, these hunts have the highest animal welfare standards, as have been shown here in this meeting. And I'd like to point out that this positive development in animal welfare concerns might have been difficult to achieve had it not been provided in an environment of trust and mutual respect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With this, move on to the next agenda item, 17.1.2, implementation process. So, Katarina, could you please report?
Thank you. I'll be brief. We completed the North Atlantic fin whales implementation this year. You can find all information on page 2 of document 17. For North Atlantic common minke whales, we agreed that it will be completed by next year. And information is on page 2 and of document 17. The North Atlantic common sei whales, there are not plans to have any implementation very soon. Western North Pacific common minke whales, we received new information. You can find everything on page 3, a summary of the information actually on page 3. And the implementation review will start in 2018 as anticipated. Western North Pacific Brothers whale, the implementation, the full next, it was already reviewed in 2000, no, it was meant to start in 2018. It was impossible to out, so the full implementation will start in 2017. And this is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of the Scientific Committee. I open the floor. Okay. Then we move on to the next agenda item, which is 17.2, infractions. The infraction subcommittee met last Friday, and I think very much Hild Innesdal from Norway took over the chair's role. The report is in document IWC66 Rep 04, and now I would like to ask Hild to summarize the report, and then we can open floor for discussion. So if you're ready, please inform us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Infraction Subcommittee met on 21st of October here in Portoroz. And as you mentioned, our report is given as document IWC66/Ref04. First, we reviewed the summary of infractions reports received by the Commission for the 2014 and 2015 seasons. And these are given in Appendix 3 to our report. Infractions reports were received from Denmark, the USA, the Russian Federation, and the Republic of Korea. In addition, Norway, Iceland, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines submitted the required information on their catches to the Secretariat, as noted in the Scientific Committee report. The catches are summarized in Table 1 of Appendix 3 of our report. The USA and the Republic of Korea reported infractions, and you can see details of those in Table 2 of Appendix 3. Next, we reviewed information on the completion of the one previously unresolved infraction from earlier seasons, as detailed in Table 3 of Appendix 3. We then went on to review the surveillance arrangements for the different whaling operations, as shown under Item 4 of our report, and our Item 5 summarizes information required or requested under Section 6 of the schedule. The next item on our agenda concerns the submission of national laws and regulations. The table summarizing these is given as Table 1 in our report on page 5. No reports were made on the availability, sources, and trade in whale products, and no comments were made on the item. In our final item, Other Matters, the issue of catches taken in Greenland 2013-2014 was raised. At the IWC64 meeting, no ASW quota was assigned for Greenland. In view of this, some members consider that these catches should be reported as infractions. The Kingdom of Denmark and others did not agree with this view. There was support for measures to ensure that the situation in which ASW catch limits are set should not occur in the future. For example, a change to the rules of procedure suggested by the Working Group on Operational Effectiveness and Cost-Saving Measures. In conclusion, we noted that these matters could not be resolved by the Infraction Subcommittee, and hence we refer it to you, Mr. Chair, for further discussion by the Commission. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Hill, and thank you once more for taking over the chair of this group. And now I would like to open the floor. I see an NGO, so please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Nicholas Entrup, representative of Ocean Care, and I'm speaking on behalf of more than 1,000 NGOs from around the world. A full list of the NGOs will be provided to the Secretariat. Article 9 of the ICRW requires contracting governments to submit full details of each infraction of the provisions of the Convention, which includes the schedule, measures taken for dealing with infractions and penalties imposed. Despite unambiguous language in our treaty, we have debated several recent meetings where the particle actions constitute infractions of IWC rules. For example, special permit whaling under Charter 2 was judged by the International Court of Justice to have violated 3 provisions of the schedule. Yet we have no guidance on how it should be recorded retrospectively as an infraction. Also, contracting governments have differing opinions as to whether the taking of whales in the absence of an Aboriginal subsistence whaling quota authorized by the IWC constitutes an infraction. We've also heard disagreement about who interprets what institutes an infraction, the contracting government concerned or the Commission. It remains unresolved whether failure to report information required by the schedule, for example on meal, oil and other products made from whales, is an infraction. We even lack agreement on whether unintentional constitutes an infraction and whether failing to report an infraction is an infraction in itself. These unresolved debates reveal a flaw in IWC rules that must be remedied to ensure the credibility of this Commission. Most multilateral agreements, Mr. Chairman, including almost all fisheries organizations, have established clear rules and compliance mechanisms to ensure effective implementation and enforcement of the relevant agreement. The most effective agreements clearly define what constitutes an infraction and establish time procedures for responding to them. We are in a position, not unlike a local government that has a clear and specified speed limit of 50 kilometers per hour on its roads, but whose officials cannot agree whether 50 is 50, cannot resolve who should decide that 50 is 50, and cannot show a single instance of enforcement involving someone driving even over 50. We believe that this problem is resolvable, and we want to encourage the greatest possible focus on compliance and cooperation with Article 9 and in associated national laws. We commend the contracting governments who follow these rules of our convention, report infractions, both intentional and accidental, and take national measures to address them. That was what the founders of the ICRW intended. The IWC must establish a credible mechanism to define and address infraction and compel compliance with IWC rules. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have Argentina on the screen and then the Dominican Republic. So first Argentina, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Deseamos referirnos en particular a las capturas realizadas por Groenlandia para las temporadas 2013 y 2014. Como recordarán, en la reunión plenaria de la CBI realizada en Panamá, la CBI66, cuando la Comisión discutió y analizó el pedido de Groenlandia para una solicitud de cuota para caza de subsistencia aborigen, la Comisión no llegó a un acuerdo y no se otorgó ninguna cuota, no se otorgó ni se aprobó ninguna cuota para caza de subsistencia aborigen en favor de Groenlandia. Sin perjuicio de ello, Groenlandia capturó ballenas durante la temporada 2013 y 2014, alegando razones de caza de subsistencia aborigen, aunque sin una cuota acordada y aprobada por la Comisión Ballenera Internacional. En la última reunión plenaria celebrada aquí en Porto Ros, el Grupo Buenos Aires expresó que, desde su punto de vista, esas capturas realizadas por Groenlandia para las temporadas 2013 y 2014, sin una cuota legalmente otorgada por la Comisión Ballenera, deben haber sido consideradas como infracciones. Durante esa misma reunión plenaria, como esta comisión no pudo llegar a un consenso acerca de qué tratamiento y cómo vamos a considerar esas capturas realizadas por Groenlandia, la cuestión fue remitida por la presidenta de la CBI al Grupo de Trabajo sobre Efectividad Operacional. Habiendo dicho esto, y teniendo en consideración que el Grupo de Trabajo sobre Efectividad Operacional consideró que no se encontraba dentro de su mandato el analizar si las capturas realizadas en Groenlandia eran infracciones o no, deseamos conocer de qué manera podemos proceder con relación a esta cuestión y de qué manera vamos a considerar esas capturas. Argentina, junto al resto del Grupo Buenos Aires, considera que estas capturas, sin una cuota aprobada por la CBI, deben ser consideradas infracciones y queremos dejar expresamente sentado que esto no debe ser considerado un precedente para el caso en que esto vuelva a suceder. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. I have the Dominican Republic and then Denmark, and then I would like to close the discussion on this agenda item. Okay, now they are popping. So I will move a little bit the line, but just a little bit, and that's really the end. So the Dominican Republic, Denmark, and the US. So, and the Russian Federation. Because they've been on the screen already and then they disappeared. So 4 more, I will close the discussion. Dominican Republic, Denmark, USA, and the Russian Federation. So please, the Dominican Republic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair President. En la República Dominicana no queremos que quede el precedente de que se casen ballenas sin tener una cuota asignada. Esto iría en detrimento de la propia institución, de la propia institucionalidad del International Whaling Commission y del que todos los que estamos aquí presentes somos partes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Dominican Republic, and thank you also for your brief intervention to the point. Thank you. So now Denmark, please.
Thank you, Chair. We have listened carefully to those views just expressed and wishing to bring these views back into the Commission. The Kingdom of Denmark does acknowledge the obligation of governments concerned to report data to the Infraction Subcommittee, and accordingly we regularly report relevant data as well as fulfilling all other reporting requirements. After IWC64, we were in an exceptional situation where the people of the land had a significant subsistence need which had to be met. As we have said before, we were aware of the need to find a solution and engaged in comprehensive efforts to address this. 2 years ago, a solution was adopted setting strike limits. We welcome the views expressed by several in the subcommittee that we need to jointly take a forward-looking approach and avoid a similar situation in the future. We have engaged extensively in the intercessional process in follow-up to Resolution 2014-1, in the ASW Working Group, and the expert workshop held in Maniitsoq in 2015 that we hosted. We hope this work can continue. The Kingdom of Denmark is committed to the International Convention on the Regulation of Whaling and its schedule, and fully recognizes the competences of this Commission under that framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Denmark. And now the US, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The United States fully believes that it is the responsibility of each country to interpret the schedule and determine what to report as an infraction. We do not view an extended discussion on this issue as productive. We don't think we can resolve this issue at this meeting. In our view, it is, as Denmark suggested, more important to move forward and avoid repeating what happened at IWC64 in 2012. Recommendations from the IWC expert workshop on Aboriginal subsistence whaling will help, as will recommendations from the working group on operational effectiveness. We hope that these recommendations can be adopted at this meeting and that we can move to a better place on addressing Aboriginal subsistence whaling and requests for quota. Thank you.
Thank you, US. And last now, the Russian Federation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to thank the chairman of the Committee on Infractions. Our intervention during the meeting of this committee is put down in the report. From the legal point of view, there was not an infraction from Greenland, and this was recorded in our intervention at the subcommittee meeting.
Да, поэтому не разделяем опасения Аргентины или предложение Аргентины, Аргентина предлагала, да, записать Гренландии нарушения.
That's why we don't agree with Argentina's position to record this situation to refer the situation as an infraction.
Но мы присоединяемся к мнению Соединенных Штатов, что необходимо продолжать работу дальше и избегать в дальнейшем таких коллизий.
But we would like the position of the United States, that we should try to avoid such situation in the future and look for the way forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Russian Federation. This is a difficult issue, and discussions took quite a while already. And it's probably, as indicated, not possible to resolve the whole situation or the whole item at this meeting. I think it's important to highlight in this regard that the Working Group on Operational Effectiveness has some suggestions. We'll come back to them under agenda item 19.2.1. With this, I would like to close the discussion and move on to agenda item 17.3, catches by non-member nations, and I would like to ask Jerry to report on this agenda item. So please.
Thank you. I'm pleased to report that for the past several years, the Secretariat has received detailed information from Canada on their catches of bowhead whales. This has included the data both for 2014 and 2015, and it's reported in the Scientific Committee report. We've not been able to locate any information on catches from any other member nations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and special thanks to Canada for providing the information. Thank you very much. I open the floor for discussion. I see India, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very serious issue because although all IWC members may be striving for the conservation of whales and their increase in the whale populations, contrary actions by non-member states would jeopardize that effort seriously. So I think the IWC community needs to deliberate on the ways and means required to control such actions by non-member nations and to develop as fast as possible mechanisms to check such actions. So the reporting by Canada of their whale catches, and we would encourage any other nation that takes whales for whatever purpose to report them through mechanisms available, and possibly by cooperating with other international organizations, but that is a matter for another agenda item. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, India. We close agenda item 17, and the last item for today is agenda item 18. Cooperation with other organizations. There are a couple of documents available, and I would like to ask Sarah Smith from the Secretariat to introduce the documents, respectively, to inform about the work done by the Secretariat with other IGOs and organizations. So please.
Thank you, Chair. The Commission has made many recommendations relating to cooperation with other organisations across the spectrum of its interests and on a wide range of issues. Cooperation is taken forward through the Scientific Committee and by the Secretariat in liaison with the Commission's other committees. documents IWC/66/4 brackets 2015 Rev 3 and IWC66/4 brackets 2016 Rev 2 provide observer reports from scientific committee participation in meetings of other organisations. Document IWC/66/4 provides a comprehensive report on intersessional work undertaken to cooperate with other organisations in response to existing recommendations and to emerging opportunities, and provides suggestions on next steps. Much of this has already been reported to the Commission at this meeting through the reports from its scientific, conservation and whale killing methods and welfare committees. The Secretariat is ready to continue as proposed in the document and invites the Commission to make any additional requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And now I would like to open the floor for comments. I see the Netherlands, Monaco, Mexico, India, NGOs and IGOs, and the US, and I would like then to draw a line. So first the members in this order: Netherlands, then Monaco, Mexico, India, and the US, and if possible at the end, the IGOs and NGOs, if no further members wish to take the floor. The Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Netherlands, speaking on behalf of the EU member states, would like to thank the Secretariat for the numerous and fruitful activities it undertook in fulfilling Resolution 2014-2. We fully support the Secretariat in maintaining and deepening the cooperations with other organizations. The IWC can provide extensive expertise on the full range of citation issues and in turn profit from the knowledge that these organizations already have in order to create synergies and to avoid duplication of work. In this regard, as cetaceans play an essential role in marine and freshwater ecosystems, we would like to highlight a few organizations where cooperation is important. These include the biodiversity-related conventions, the Biodiversity Liaison Group, CITES, and IUCN. Other important partners within the UN system are the IMO for ship strikes, anthropogenic noise, and Arctic issues, the FAO and relevant regional fishery management organizations for their fishery-related work, including on strandings and especially on the themes connected with animal welfare. Key regional seas organizations, as well as CMS, including ESCOBANS and ACOBAMS, are important as well. It goes without saying that the scientific committee should continue to engage with the scientific bodies or relevant organizations too. And this has proven to be a very constructive and useful arrangement. We again would like to thank the IWC and the Secretariat for their continuance in this regard. We believe this is the right path to pursue, as these efforts have cemented our reputation as the body responsible for matters regarding cetaceans, both large and small. Thank you.
Thank you, the Netherlands. Now Monaco, please.
Thank you, Chair. Monaco is very favorable to intersectorial cooperation and has been very active to promote the approach. In 2014, a resolution on migratory stations was adopted during the 65th meeting of the Commission, asking to enhance collaboration between the Commission and international intergovernmental organizations. The Secretariat was requested to conduct consultations and a draft work plan. The document submitted by the Secretariat on those consultations and the ongoing work on discussions with the organizations is very encouraging, and we would appreciate appreciate a short brief on the ongoing consultations, especially regarding the cooperation with the UN General Assembly, UNCLOS, and other UN agencies, which to us is not an option. We would suggest to contact other organizations which could as well be in the frame of the cooperation plan, such as WHO. Thank you.
Thank you, Monaco. India and then the US, and I see now Mexico. So India, please.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to add my voice to that of the distinguished delegates of the Netherlands and Monaco in urging that the IWC should cooperate with as many organizations of interest to its primary mandate as possible. But in this, it must not at any time lose focus in its primary mandate. And I would like to suggest that we also consider the value of cooperation with the UNFCCC or the CBD or the Ramsar Convention, and of course maintain close interaction with those who are in management of the CITES Convention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, India. Now the US, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to first thank the Secretariat for its report and also note that we agree with previous speakers about the importance of collaboration among international organizations. I think that progress in cetacean conservation requires enhanced cooperation with other international organizations, in particular, actions of other organizations such as the IMO or RFMOs are needed to address growing threats to cetaceans such as bycatch, ocean noise, and ship strikes. We also support the Scientific Committee's recommendations regarding cooperation with other organizations, as well as continued engagement by the Secretariat and member governments and other fora on cetacean-related issues. Finally, we support the ASW Expert Workshop's recommendation that the IWC Secretariat explore the potential benefits of joining the UN Interagency Support Group on Indigenous issues. This group may prove to be an important aid in helping guide the Commission's consideration of other expert workshop recommendations relevant to Indigenous rights. Thank you.
Thank you, US. Mexico, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. El secretariado ha modernizado y ha hecho un extraordinario esfuerzo para lograr cooperación con otras organizaciones internacionales. Hemos tenido éxito en relacionarnos con temas del Comité de Conservación, como colisiones de ballenas con embarcaciones, desechos marinos, ahora con CMS, en observación de ballenas con fines turísticos, y es la única manera de resolver estos problemas globales que necesitan soluciones globales, y también hago eco de las intervenciones de otros países. Gracias.
Thank you. I have now the Dominican Republic. I would just like to ask you to be brief in your intervention so that I can give the floor still to the NGO wishing the floor and to the two NGOs. We are running late, so please, Dominican Republic.
Sí, muchas gracias. Consideramos que es muy importante y nos adherimos a todo lo dicho anteriormente, la relación y el intercambio con otros organismos internacionales, sobre todo en el sistema de las Naciones Unidas, una organización que ha estado muy preocupada por la preservación del medio ambiente, el ecosistema en que vivimos y la protección de las especies en extinción. Agencias como la FAO, donde se presentan formas alternativas de alimentación y producción en estos tiempos donde la población mundial crece a más de 1% anualmente y otras especies entonces se están extinguiendo. Bueno, lo voy a dejar ahí para no ocupar mucho tiempo. Gracias.
Thank you very much. And now the IGO, please.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak to this item. The Convention on Migratory Species, or CMS, and the IWC have many areas of common interest. You can read in the opening statement that we submit on behalf of CMS and its cetacean-related daughter agreements, ACOBAMS and ASCOBANS. The Convention currently covers 16 cetacean species on Appendix 1 and 4 on Appendix 2. Many work streams within the CMS and its daughter agreements relate to issues the IWC has also an interest in. Examples of topics in which we have a common interest include things like climate change, marine debris, and ship strikes. In the meetings last week, some concrete options for collaboration were discussed, and the recommendations were endorsed by the Commission. We are very pleased to be moving forward jointly on issues relating to bycatch and the development of guidance on best practice stranding responses and whale watching. The 11th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to CMS in November 2014 adopted many resolutions of relevance to cetacean conservation. These are contained in our open document. Some of these resolutions specifically reference the work of the IWC and the desire of our parties, many of which are also represented in the IWC, for our organizations to collaborate on topics of mutual interest. At this conference, the more than 120 parties to CMS made some bold steps, showing their modern and science-based approach to conserving the species the Convention is addressing. I would like to highlight Resolution 11.22 on live captures of cetaceans from the wild for commercial purposes, which addresses issues of capture, transfer, and import of live cetaceans. Resolution 11.23 on conservation implications of cetacean culture is the first time an intergovernmental body recognized increasing evidence that populations of some species are better delineated by cultural behavior than genetic diversity or geographic isolation. This presents an even greater challenge for effective conservation strategies. In order to investigate this further and provide solid advice to the parties, an expert group was established to consider the case for species of all taxonomic groups covered by CMS, including, of course, cetaceans. Resolution 11.29 on sustainable boat-based marine wildlife watching is the basis for our planned collaboration regarding the whale watching handbook. It establishes basic principles to adhere to when adopting measures to promote ecologically sustainable wildlife watching, fully in line with the recommendations made by the IWC. It also requests the CMS Council to develop guidelines for the different taxonomic groups CMS deals with, including cetaceans. In order not to duplicate efforts and to make the most effective use of the resources available, developing joint guidance for the species group is an opportunity we are very pleased about. Another area of joint interest is the threat from anthropogenic sound. You will be interested to know that CMS, ACOBAMS, and ASCOBANS are in the process of finalizing CMS family guidelines on environmental impact assessments for marine noise-generating activities. These guidelines will shortly undergo a second and final round of consultations with the parties and scientific advisory bodies to these three treaties, and will be presented for adoption to the 12th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to CMS in October 2017. Mr. Chair, dear Commissioners, the Regional Agreement for Small Cetacean Conservation in Northern and Western Europe, ASCOBANS, has held its 8th meeting of the parties less than 2 months ago. Many progressive resolutions on both well-known and emerging threats to cetaceans were passed, including issues such as bycatch, underwater munitions, ocean energy, and management of cumulative impacts in the environment. You can find details in the already mentioned joint opening statement of the CMS family of agreements. I would like to highlight just a couple of points made as they relate to the discussions here in the last few days. The Scientific Committee of IWC has repeated its grave concern about the status of the Baltic harbor porpoise, and data released at the end of 2015 gave much needed insights into population size and distribution, enabling ASCOBANS, a competent regional treaty for the conservation of the species, to prepare an updated version of the recovery plan for the Baltic harbor porpoise, which was adopted through ASCOBANS Resolution 8.3.
The Yastani Plan, as it is commonly called, provides a comprehensive framework for the urgent regional action needed to allow this depleted population to recover, and we invite both Azkaban's parties and non-party range states in the Baltic Sea region to implement it and the neighboring Western Baltic Conservation Plan and participate in the fora established to support this. Azkaban's Resolution 8.10 on small cetacean stranding encourages the establishment of effective national stranding response networks and recommends that updated necropsy protocols and best practice guidelines for stranding responses and necropsies be developed collaboratively with the IWC, ACOBAMS and the European Cetacean Society. We were very pleased that this call for collaboration was heard by the IWC, and our request to have Azkabans represented on the newly established expert panel was favorably received. This meeting has endorsed the proposal for a bycatch initiative under the IWC. The incidental mortality of cetaceans, both large and small, related to fishing activities is enormous and constitutes one of the most severe threats. As many of you will be aware, CMS, Azkaban, and ACOBAMS have all worked on this issue for many years, including through dedicated working groups and direct engagement with fisheries fora, and have considerable expertise to offer. We are therefore looking forward to engaging with the IWC on work relating to this subject, and are pleased that the Commission endorsed the participation of experts active in our fora in the newly established Standing Working Group and Expert Panel. Mr. Chair, dear Commissioners, the threats to cetaceans in the modern world require all hands on deck. As international organizations, we have to make full use of synergies. It is my pleasure to report that the three secretariats serving the IWC, CMS Azkabans and ACOBAMS are committed to working together wherever feasible. From our side, we very much appreciate the open and constructive exchanges which have now become a regular feature of our work. Our organizations have a common aim: healthy populations of whales, dolphins, and porpoises. We must continue to make use of every opportunity to work together and build on our respective achievements to realize this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll give now the floor to the first NGO, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sandra Alter with Pro Wildlife, but this statement regarding the cooperation between the IWC and CITES is on behalf of 11 other NGOs, and the list will be provided to the Secretary. CITES recognizes the IWC as the leading body for the conservation and management of whales. This is expressed by several notifications and, importantly, an inclusion of all large whales in CITES Appendix 1, meaning an international ban on commercial trade in support of the IWC moratorium. We would like to highlight the following facts. Since 2010, Iceland's exports of whale products have increased, with a peak of 2,300 metric tons in 2014 alone, and almost 9,000 tons being exported within the last 7 years. Norway's exports have sharply increased in recent years too, with almost 375 tons of whale products exported to Japan since 2014. Some of these shipments used EU harbors as transit. For example, we just learned about a shipment by Norway of almost 3 tons from earlier this month, with at least 3 ports in the EU involved. Additionally, one of the ship owners involved is based and registered in an EU member state. Both points are against the objectives of the European Directive on Conservation of Natural Habitats and of Wild Flora. A 2013 analysis by UNEP WCMC of trade under reservations in CITES Appendix 1 lists species warned that trade may undermine the effectiveness of CITES. While the IWC did not pass a single resolution on whale meat trade since 2009, CITES published several notifications, the last one year, reminding the parties that no export or import permits should be issued for any whale species protected from commercial whaling by the IWC. At their conference earlier this month, CITES parties confirmed the highest protection status of large whales under CITES, which are protected by the IWC. Accordingly, Mr. Chairman, we are highly alarmed about this trade between Iceland, Norway and Japan. We call on these countries to finally accept both the moratorium and the CITES trade ban and to withdraw their reservations/objection at both conventions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last for today, so the next NGO, and then I'll just explain how I intend to have the last day of our meeting handled tomorrow. So please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Carolina Casani, and I make this intervention on behalf of Whale and Dolphin Conservation and 10 other NGOs whose names will be informed to the Secretariat. Only 2 weeks ago, on October 15, WDC discovered several canned whale products for sale by a Tokyo-based online sales company called the Japan Trend Shop. This information was found on a blog site in the United States known as the AV Lab. The Japan Trend Shop offered worldwide express shipping for its products, which could be purchased in sterling, US dollars, and euros. The whale meat for sale was canned Sunoko whale meat from Kinoya Ishinomaki Suisan Incorporated, a Japanese company with a long history of selling whale meat sourced from Japan's scientific whaling programs. Indeed, the blog site explicitly notes that the whale meat comes from animals killed as part of scientific research. In order to test Japanese enforcement and control mechanisms, a can of whale meat was purchased, then shipped from Japan to the United Kingdom, and is currently sitting in the UK Customs Agency facility. WDC informed UK authorities in regard to the investigation, made the purchase of this product, and have kept all relevant UK agencies apprised about every step of this investigation. Even more recently, on October 19, WDC discovered that eBay US had advertised 2 cans of Kinoya canned rare Sunoko whale meat for sale for $45 US with free shipping.
Sorry to interrupt you. We are still on the agenda item, cooperation with other organizations.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So please come to the end or remain to the point. So please, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the sale of whale meat is illegal in most countries around the world under both regulations implementing the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora and national laws. In this case, the advertisement of these products in multiple languages and the ability to pay for the product...
Thank you. I think I have to close now your interview. I apologize.
Yeah,
I would like, we are running out of time, and I say please keep your interventions quite short. So I'm sorry that the last ones were quite long. So we stop at this point and just inform about the last day tomorrow. We will start with agenda item 19. The finance and administration, and then we will, once we've finished with 19, we will come back to the agenda items still open, and after we've done them, then we move on following the working program in the order of the different agenda items. If there is that's the last chance to have something from the Secretariat. So in this regard, I would like to thank you once more for a productive day. Once more, I will apologize to all I couldn't give today the floor, and also for having been forced to stop now. So I see you tomorrow, a last time in the morning at 9 a.m. and I wish you a nice evening. So thank you very much.